Mr. David Jennings and Mrs. Stephanie Binns. We'll bring you guys up here and we'll go ahead and do our oath of office.
I was gonna wait until you sat down, so I decided to. Could you both rise, please? And so I'm just gonna read this out loud and then just let me know if you affirm or swear to it. Do you swear or affirm to support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and the laws of the state of Idaho, and to faithfully discharge the duties of the office of trustee of Nampa School District number 131 in Canyon County, state of Idaho, as required by law to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Welcome. I will now go ahead and welcome everybody. Thank you for coming tonight. How exciting. We have 2 new trustees.
And no take-backs.
Yeah, no take backs. Yeah, you got to stay. So we're super excited to be a full board of 5. I will now ask for everybody to stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Perfect. I will now ask everybody to join me in reciting the mission and the vision. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. Now the vision. Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for full transition to the next stage of life. Perfect. I will now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
And I'll second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved, and we will now start with our program spotlights.
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight we'll have Niall Trimble is going to come and share about our federal programs. We actually have a student who, I don't know if they have arrived yet, but Niall's going to share about a scholarship opportunity that they were able to obtain, and then we may highlight them later if they show up, or we'll reschedule.
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. So my name is Niall Trimble, and I am our Director of Federal Programs here in the Nampa School District. We wanted to highlight a student. Her name is Briseda, and she is part of our migratory education program, which is a federal program that serves students of whom someone in their family is a migratory agricultural worker. So somebody in their family has made a qualifying move in the last 3 years and has worked in a qualifying field of work, which is in agriculture or dairy. Now, Briseda, she's been a part of our program for the last few years, and last fall, she, along with 2 other students in our Migrant Ed program, each received over $50,000 in scholarships. So between those 3 students, is about $150,000 that they received, and so that goes directly to support her post-secondary opportunities. She's a 12th grader over at Columbia High School. In addition to that, she also came to speak as a part of a student panel last December in front of about 50 community members, and then an additional about 15 to 20 staff members that were there at one of our federal programs community events in December. So phenomenal student. Hopefully she'll show up soon. If not, we can reschedule, but just wanted to highlight some of the great things that are happening from our students in federal programs.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is it the weather that's keeping her?
You know, I'm really not sure. We
Okay.
had confirmed with her, and then haven't been able to talk to her yet this
Okay,
evening.
so just keep us posted if she does make it here and grab our attention, because we
Absolutely.
would love to hear from her.
Absolutely.
Trustees, any other questions?
Does she know where, I would probably ask this of her if she shows up, but she have plans for the future?
Yeah, so she
I'm
has.
sure she does, but.
Yeah, and I don't want to misspeak for her, but I do know that one of the great things about that, every year here in Nampa we have like a Hispanic Youth Summit, and a lot of our students that we take there don't realize that post-secondary opportunities are viable, or that scholarships exist for them. Right? And she was one of those students that walking into that day was not planning on walking out with 50 grand.
Changed her world.
Wow.
So it's a life-changing experience to then go, yeah, this is a real thing. I could actually go on and explore post-secondary education.
Wow.
So,
Very
It's
cool.
amazing.
So how can future people who are interested in this program learn more about it?
yeah, so that program in particular, like I said, it's a federal program. We have in our district, we have over 600 students that qualify for Migrant Ed, and a lot of that comes through recruiting. So we have 2 full-time recruiters. All families, when they do enrollment, have a qualifying work question, and so that's one of the primary ways we find people. Another way is just word of mouth. And so we are continually trying to get word out to the community of, hey, if you know somebody working in agriculture, you guys have moved recently, you might qualify for this program. And then from there, interviews happen with families. Every single one of those families that have qualifying students, our recruiters go out and spend time with them, making sure that they meet the eligibility requirements, and then also looking at what other barriers their kids might face to success in school. So, yeah.
Is
Yeah.
this outlined on our website?
It's on our website under our federal programs page.
And the program even that you just spoke of?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So underneath federal programs, we have all of those are supplemental programs from the federal government, but we run Title I is probably the most well known, right? So Title I, our EL program is another one. Migrant Ed is another one. We also run full service community schools, which is another one. 21st Century is a supplemental grant we run that helps after school programming, and then McKinney-Vento, which serves our homeless students and students in housing transition, is another program. And Title II is another program that goes to support teacher professional development and credentialing and whatnot also. So we have a number of federal programs that we qualify for, and phenomenal things happening from our staff and our students in those programs.
Great. And I love that you were the highlight because I think it just brings community attention.
Yeah, and hopefully, if Braseda shows up, we'll bring her up and let her speak about her own experiences, and if not, then we'll just reschedule.
Yeah, we'll have her back.
Awesome.
Awesome. Any other questions, trustees? Okay. No? All right. If you want to have a seat.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys, we are going to go ahead and move on to our organizational items. So the first order of business is going to be a election of chair. I loved being chair. I am completely willing and ready to serve again if I should be nominated, just to let you guys know. And other than that, does anybody want to speak, or do we have any motions?
I think it's important, given where we are in this, with a lot of things coming up. I mean, we have schools and all that kind of stuff that we're right smack in the middle of. I think it's important, not only for this board, but also for the district staff, to keep some continuity there. No disrespect to new trustees, but I do think at least through this next year to maintain some continuity. So I think Chair Taylor, you're doing a great job as chair, and so I will make a motion that I will nominate what's your name again? Brooke Taylor as chair for this next year.
Second.
For the school board.
Okay. So I've been nominated, it's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Me too. Well, great, thanks, I really appreciate that. It's really been an honor, and I enjoy serving in this way, so I look forward to another year in this position. All right, moving right along, we are on B, election of vice chair. Trustees, any motions or comments?
That's fine.
Well, I guess along that same line of continuity, since you and Trustee Kirkman are the continuation of the previous board, it makes sense in my mind for Trustee Kirkman to be the vice chair to, in that spirit of continuity. So I would like to nominate Trustee Kirkman.
I second. Motion has been made
Do I
and
have a
seconded.
say?
Oh,
No, I'm
please
sorry, I'm
speak.
just
Please speak.
No, I agree, and it's been a pleasure to serve with Chair Taylor, and I think, so, yeah, I will accept that nomination, so. if you wanna-
Okay, made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, great. We're moving right along, you guys. We now have the appointment of our board clerk. Any discussion or motions here? So I'm just gonna let you guys know, I can't make motions as the board chair. Okay, just so we're all clear.
That's what you want. Chair.
Our current sitting clerk is Clerk Lamont. We've all been very happy with her performance. I think in the previous board, I know that our 3 trustees are new. So any discussion around that?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll just say, Clerk Lamont brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to boards, and especially this board. I think that she has been, I know, my experience as chair and vice chair has just been really enhanced by your knowledge and experience. And so, I have no problem appointing Chrissy Lamont as our board clerk, sorry.
So I hear that as a motion.
Yeah, unless someone else has something to say, but yeah, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and go now to our treasurer. Our current treasurer is Mr. Randy
Yeah,
Dewey.
so I got some things to say about Randy. I'm glad this is an open meeting. No, I'm just kidding. Randy obviously has just I will make a motion that we appoint Randy as our treasurer.
Okay, I will second.
Nothing else needs to
We
be
have
said on
appointed Mr. Randy Dewey, and it has been, so motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next up is gonna be the board calendar. So,
that. Do we need to appoint an attorney?
It's right after
Oh,
the calendar.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
Nope, totally
I was
good.
just moving it up.
So
Sorry.
trustees, if you will go to your email, Clerk Lamont did send us out an email. There is some conflict, for both Monday. I'm sure everything is figure outable. Let's put it that way. However, in talking to trustees, Trustee Benz has some conflicts on a Monday, making it a little hard for her to get here, and Trustee Kirkman does have planning and zoning on Tuesdays. So Clerk Lamont has sent out a schedule for Wednesdays. I was able to talk to Dr. Russell, and Dr. Russell, if I remember right, there were no conflicts for that day.
Yeah, I think both are fine.
Okay?
Chair Taylor, can we add, also, talking with Superintendent Russell, we discussed what would be best for staff with board packet information to make sure you guys are completely prepared. I believe the third week is still working best, and that's why we kept those options there. But I think if it were to move to a different time, I'm sure the staff and myself would make sure we also met those board packet needs.
Yes, I would agree. So again, I think everything is figure outable, but that third week of the month does allow for time for finance, budget, everything to be loaded. And then moving it to Wednesday does seem to help with trustee scheduling conflicts. We all know that it's a voluntary position, and it is just appreciated that we are able to make the time that we can. So if that works for everybody,
Hold on a second.
perfect.
Also, the May date and November, the third Monday and the third Wednesday of the month of May, it also have conflicts of graduations. So that's why those dates were also at a different time. And then the November timeframe also conflicted with the Thanksgiving break. So we had changed those dates as well.
And
Go ahead.
so, is this the opportunity to ask questions or give clarification?
100%.
Okay, so, just to clarify, on those Mondays that I may have difficulty getting here, if Monday is a better day for everyone else, if I'm able just to simply attend virtually, then that also is an option. I don't know what day, whether
Whatever.
Wednesday or Monday would be better for everyone. Part of it has to do with custody schedules. And
Totally
all
get
that
it.
stuff, so.
Yep, and Clerk Lamont did explain that. Wednesdays really do work for me, Trustee Kirkman.
No.
No?
Just with my work schedule and just the travel schedule with work, it's usually later in the day later in the week that I tend to schedule those travels. That's gonna be tough.
And Tuesdays are out as well, if we made sure that it didn't conflict with
Well, the second and fourth Tuesday is,
PNC.
yeah.
Every time, yeah.
So the first and third Tuesdays would work, yeah.
So if it's the third Tuesday,
Yeah.
Trustee Sue?
Yeah, Tuesday, I mean, Mondays won't work. That's exactly when I have my board meeting for my work as well, so,
Mondays?
Wednesdays.
So would
Wednesdays,
Tuesdays
yeah.
work?
Yeah,
The
Tuesdays
third
could work.
Tuesday?
Yeah.
Monday would work best for me, but I wanna make sure that you're here in person.
I may
Instead of-
may have that same problem on some Tuesdays because, life happens.
Just
But
scheduling.
as long as I'm able to attend and participate
Virtually?
then.
So if Monday nor Tuesday really make a difference, because what I'm hearing is Wednesday is gonna be out, totally acceptable. If there's no difference between Monday and Tuesday, then can we make Monday virtual if Monday seems to be the date that works the best?
Well,
Or is there a
only-
bigger difference between Monday and Tuesday? There
There's
is.
a bigger difference
Okay, so
between Monday
Tuesday.
and
Okay,
Tuesday,
got it.
yeah.
Trustee Jennings?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, got it. He's here. Okay,
So difficult, Trustee Jennings.
So I'm hearing Tuesday works better?
I am hearing
Tuesday works
Tuesday. So am I hearing that we can make Tuesdays or swing Tuesdays, the third Tuesday of the month, and then Clerk Lamont?
With the exception of May and November.
Sure.
We can put the date in, or just, it falls on the second Tuesday.
The second Tuesday, which he would be out.
Yeah, can I just look at
Yeah, let's look at that calendar
one
really
thing really
quick.
quick? Maybe,
But that's just May, right? That's just twice a year we're talking
I
about.
just wanna make sure it doesn't also conflict with any of the graduations, cause that's what I had done for the month of May. So it would be on the 14th May 14th if we did it on that Tuesday, or May 13th. And then on that November, we could still do it on that second Tuesday or that Monday.
You mean the third Tuesday?
No, not of November or May. Those
It'd
are the
be the
ones.
second.
Yes.
So maybe on those we'll have to move again because he would be in P and Z.
Unless we just did them on that Monday, and then you could attend on virtually if needed. So that would be the 13th and so what the motion would be, if you guys are considering that, because I think that would probably be the best thing to just give you guys an option of a motion, would be to set the regular board meeting schedule for the third Tuesday of each month. Hold on, the third Tuesday of each month, with the exception of May and November meetings, which would be held on May 13th and November 11th.
Mr. Knopf,
Thanksgiving's the fourth Thursday.
fourth Thursday.
24, so it will conflict this year.
Okay, I thought when we were looking it over,
Fourth
there was
Thursday.
something that we were moving it. Let me look at that.
Yeah, will you?
I like that Mr. McKnop is looking at Thanksgiving already.
I do too.
Yeah,
He
it's
like
planned
knows.
out.
He knows he's ready.
Calendar task force is subconsciously in my brain.
So if that's the case, would it just be the Monday date that would be?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just verifying it really quick.
And while you're verifying that, also, there might be a couple of Tuesdays, if that option for, remoting in.
May need to be.
Yeah,
Yeah. And trustees, keep in mind, as long as we know,
yeah.
we can reschedule if needs be. Moving forward, this would be, not to say that we want to keep changing it or anything like that, but do know that if we need to, we can make some moves.
So we could do it on the third Tuesday of November. So it would
Third
only be the exception of.
With the exception of May to be held on the 13th. So our motion needs to say that we are
Third Tuesday.
approving the board calendar for 2024, meetings to be scheduled on the third Tuesday of every month excluding May, and that meeting will be held on the 13th.
Or, yes, that would work for a motion.
Okay,
There is a sample one if you guys want to use it, but it just to set this calendar for the third Tuesday of the month, with the exception of May being on May.
Okay.
okay. Trustees, do I have anybody who wants to make that
Yeah,
motion?
I'll make that motion. I move that we set the regular board meetings on the third Tuesday of each month for 2024, with the exception of May, which would be held on May 13th.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, and now it is time for us to appoint our legal counsel. We do have an attorney here in attendance that did, where'd he go? Oh, there you are. That did trek all the way over to Nampa in this freezing cold weather from Boise. For those of you who don't know, Brett, you want to come up just to the podium to introduce yourself?
And here's your pitch.
Yeah, you want to pitch? No, really quick.
No pitch, but I'll just say good evening, everyone. I think I've met everyone, the new trustees included, with the quick class.
that's right.
And really enjoyed working with Superintendent Russell and the board and the rest of the cabinet. Everybody's great. Everybody's proactive in that they get in front of things and ask questions before problems arise, which I feel like is really my best use, is to ask me the questions first. So just got to say I've really enjoyed it, especially working with Chair Taylor and Vice Chair Kirkman these last 3 years. It's impressive how far we have come in
Oh, yes.
4 years.
This is where
So
he is.
kudos to all of you from the board, the superintendent and staff. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, that's all the stumping I'm going to do for the day.
What firm are you with?
Anderson, Julian, and Hull.
And just so you guys know, our fees were not increased this year, which is really important because it's almost a rarity for things to not increase. And as lawyers go, I just like ours more and more every year. So there's that to be said, because it's one way or another with attorneys. So while I can't make a motion, I am happy to second and will be happy to vote.
Well, the no fee increase was that was it.
So I will entertain a motion here.
I move to select Anderson, Julian, and Hull as legal counsel for the 2024 year.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, well, thanks for the trek.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, we are gonna go ahead and move into trustee comments. I do wanna let the community know that after trustee comments, we are gonna take a quick break so that our newly appointed trustees can chit chat with their family, get some pictures, and do all the great things that we get to do, and, you know, the honor of being elected into this position and celebratory time with the family. And then we will move directly into public comment. Not sure if we have any new faces here, but just in case we do, if you do intend to speak tonight for a public comment, please make sure that you've signed up on the sign-up sheet. It's in the hall over there. Other than that, I will go ahead and open up trustee comments. And we'll start with the brave one.
Okay, so I'm hoping this is the right time to do this, but I did want to thank people.
It is the right time.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's always the right time.
It's
to
always
say
the right
thank you.
time. It's always.
Okay.
It is the right time.
and I did print off, I sat down and I wrote stuff out and I printed it off and left it at home. So bear with me as I read from my phone. So I want to thank everyone who's here, first of all, because you're here supporting education. And those of you who are watching online who may not have been able to be here, thank you as well for your support of education. Thank you for caring enough to be engaged. I know sometimes meetings like this can be dry, but you are here. Yay! And I did want to say a special thank you to Sarah, Jane, and Cliff. Sarah came a little earlier, but she had to go, and Cliff is here. Jane is watching from home, hopefully, without whose support I would not be here. Their expertise, assistance, and encouragement is why I ran in the first place, so thank you guys. And a special thank you to my boys who were here. They got to see me sworn in, but they had to go. So Lou and Carlisle, they're the best door knocking team in the Treasure Valley, and I will argue with anyone who says otherwise. And thanks for campaigning with me when you'd much rather be playing Minecraft or watching YouTube. And those of you who voted for me in November, thank you for trusting me to be your voice on the school board and to do what's right for the Nampa School District staff and students and the broader community that supports them all. To all Zone 1 residents, I ask your patience as I learn how to navigate this new role and experience. And finally, to everyone who cares about education, or who cares about people who care about education, please use your passion to petition the Idaho legislature to do what is right for Idaho schools. Granted, reasonable people can reasonably disagree about some details. So I'm not going to tell you what to say or what to do, but I do want to remind you that an unalterable truth about budget season, which is just around the corner, is that there's never enough funds to go around. I won't bore you with the minutia, but just remember two things. The legislature determines how much money each district receives, and legislation that increases the administrative burden on schools reduces the potency of every penny we receive from the state. So consult your conscience, and then speak up in person, virtually, via email, or over the phone to let your representatives know the impact that their decisions have on the lives of your children and mine. Alone we whine, but together we thunder. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Penn. Trustee
My
Jennings?
lucky minute?
It's your lucky minute.
So we ran on a whim, and it was my wife, my beautiful wife, said, "What do we have to lose?" And it was not my hair. That's already gone. So I have my kids. They were in this school. I was born and raised in this town, and it meant so much to me to be able to give back to the community. And so with that, we took off and ran our campaign. And I need to thank all the volunteers that helped us during that process. Tireless hours, door knocking, flyers hanging signs. It means a lot to see the support that we had. And my family,
appreciate their support, dragging them down another journey. We do this every once in a while, so my 3 kids, I'm grateful for all of them and their love and their support. My beautiful wife, yeah, she's been through the ringer with me. We'll just come up with new ideas, and down the road we go, and she just gets to be drug along. And I'm grateful for the board. I've got to know you guys just over this short time, and I'm looking forward to working with you and the great things that we're going to do here, and the staff, and Dr. Russell. You guys have been great onboarding us and kind of giving us an idea of what to expect. And I'm grateful for the kids and the staff in the Nampa School District. I'm looking forward to their bright future and the things that we can do and accomplish for them. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity.
That's great. I'll go and then I'll just
Sure,
continue
absolutely.
down. I am overly excited to welcome you two to the board, and truly, if we continue down this route for 2 years, we will have a cohesive board of us 5. So this is that plea to just stay the course, which is just exciting. I think a lot can be accomplished. I think that there's a lot of potential for us to be, in the same book all the time, which, reasonable people can disagree, but I'm excited for this board. So really overly excited, been talking about it, I'm so excited. I do want to take a brief moment, especially with the new year. My family is my world. They're not here tonight because I've been at this now for 2 years, but I am so blessed. Even on late nights, my husband brings me hot homemade food. I feel super lucky. My family supports me so much, and there's a lot of extra time that goes into this job, so that support is needed, and I'm grateful for it. Back to some housekeeping. Do want to let you guys know that started right before the break, right after the break, in reaching out to some of the schools so out of the 4 schools that we closed, I was able to talk to our principal at West and our principal at Greenhurst. Plan on reaching out to the other 2 later this week or early next. Great conversations, emotional of course, but we are just so blessed with such great professional talent that it's insane. They are really just approaching this with a student first attitude. Did want to share with you guys that I do think that there's going to be a lot of commemorating at West Junior High towards the end of this year, so that doesn't surprise you. I know that he's going to keep us abreast of those dates. As a community member, of course, I want to participate in any way possible. He's made some killer shirts that he's handing out. So I just overall was just so impressed with those conversations. They're hard, don't always have the right words, but our administrators found them. So that was really great and exciting. The next thing is just really working on making sure that each month I check in with each of you. I felt like that worked really well last year. And then Trustee Kirkman and I have made some changes just for a better structure. We will be taking all of the meetings together as far as setting the agenda. So it'll be myself, Trustee Kirkman, our clerk, and Superintendent Russell. Other than that, you guys know you can always call me. And again, I'm super excited for this year.
Yeah, the only comment I have is when your husband brings hot food, will you just make sure that he brings it for everybody?
come on.
I hope he's listening too. No, I'm excited for this board. I really do appreciate the breadth of experience on this board,
Ditto.
and where we all have different life experiences and opinions and thoughts, and I really do that just tickles me pink. I love
Like
that.
this. Yeah.
They have that healthy discussion and healthy disagreement, respectful disagreement. I really get off on that. So I'm really excited about this because I really do see a really big breadth of experience, and I'm looking forward to some discussions. Maybe a little bit of some terse discussions, but nonetheless, I look forward to that. If you haven't already noticed, the new trustees, you're going to find that the staff is extremely easy to work with. They're very willing, and they're always accessible, and they're just downright professional in what they do, and very, very capable. And that's been something that really has been great to learn over the last couple of years of working with this staff. So I appreciate them, And getting out in the schools, that's the funnest part. I don't always have the time to do that, but when I do get out in the schools and seeing those little kiddos running around and, you know, talking with teachers and administrators in the schools, that's really where the rubber hits the road. And so I really want to make more of an effort on my part to get out into more and more schools, and I have to schedule those somehow in my schedule, but nonetheless, I would encourage you to get out there and get seen, because that's what the staff, I hear when I talk to staff, that's one thing that they talk about quite a bit is we just don't see our board members as often as we'd like to. So even if it's just out there to listen to what they have to say, I think it's very, very important for them to know who their trustees are.
Well, and just to add to that, I think it's also nice to see how our decisions affect the structure in the
Yeah,
buildings.
absolutely.
And I will tell you, I think that it was eye-opening from year 1 to year 2 to go into schools and see the differences as we, you know, put new staff in. So I want to agree with everything you said, that was huge.
And I honestly, I don't think you can make informed decisions in these seats without being in the schools. And just recently with Central Elementary, that was when I went out and talked to those kids and the staff there, that really hit home for me. So yeah, make sure you get out there, make sure you talk to staff. The staff in this building are fantastic, but they're as fantastic as they are, they're not as good as the staff that are in the building. So sorry to burst your bubbles, but I'm sure you agree too. Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm excited for the discussions and the work that we're going to be doing and having. So.
Well, I can't use the excuse of being the new guy anymore.
Nope.
There's 2 people newer than me.
I told you it was only going to last
Yeah,
like
like
2
this one.
minutes.
Now you're experienced.
Yeah. You know, I welcome. I'm excited to work with you. There's no point in me repeating what everyone else already said so well. Second point, I do want to point out that we're going to talk about boundaries, high school bell schedules. I do want the folks who are listening, who've emailed us, I want to make sure that we acknowledge that we've received those emails and we are taking that into consideration. So it does not fall on deaf ears.
Absolutely.
That's all I got.
Everything?
That's it.
Perfect. All right, with that, you guys, oh yeah, Dr. Russell, anything you want to say?
Chair Taylor, trustees, no, just I really look forward to the opportunity of continuity that we had mentioned. The ability for the board to be together for several years is really important. You know, it is not an easy time for new trustees to come in the middle of a school year, particularly in the year that we're going through with many of the kind of mitigation things that we're working through and some of the financial challenges and things like that. But it always comes back to serving and serving the kids, and ultimately it's what you do. You serve the kids, you help serve the staff that serves the kids, and sometimes it feels like it's a long ways from that, but ultimately the decisions you do benefit the children of the district, and so it's very rewarding for that aspect. So thank you for serving, thank you for giving your time. Some point, somebody needs to start paying school board members something other than handshakes and
We have to we're all
fist
gone.
bumps.
It'll be a long after our
Do
time
appreciate
here.
that, and the staff does appreciate your work that you do as well, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. So we are going to take just a 5-minute break so that we can do whatever we need to do, and you guys can go ahead and celebrate with your families and thank your patrons.
I just realized I'm like,
And then we will go straight into public comment after that. So it is 6:05. We will reconvene at 6:10. Chrissy. official end of break. We even took an extra 2 minutes. We are going to grab that public comment sheet. All right, trustees, before we start public comment, I had a young gal, she sent me a comment. I told her I would read tonight. I will get 3 minutes at the end, and I have forwarded it over to you because I have not timed it. But I will go ahead and read that. But again, if I don't get through it, all of it, looks like it's about 3 minutes from how long we've been doing this, but if it goes over, know that it's in your email and it has now been shared with each of you as well. And with that, we have one person written down for public comment, Kara McDougald, thank you.
Alrighty.
Okay, so really quick, what we'll have you do is, for the record, you'll state your name and your zone.
Alright.
And then 3 minutes will be shown up here on the screen, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. When that 3 minutes expires, your time is done.
By zone, do you mean like my school and like stuff?
School's
like that?
fine.
Gotcha. Sounds good.
That works.
All right. My name is Carmen McDougald, and I go to Columbia High School. All right. Is everyone ready?
We are ready.
All right.
Can you pull that mic down just a little bit?
Yeah.
There you go, here we go.
All right. Is this good?
That's good.
All right. Then I shall begin on my first word. My fellow NSD board members, I am here today as a student, an athlete, and a participant in extracurricular activities at Columbia High School. I stand before you today to discuss the upcoming topic of schedule changes within the Nampa School District. With this, we can see many problems that will be proposed if to follow through. Problems that would only occur if to change a schedule that is already customizable. These will directly affect the students of the district, from limiting class options to limiting things such as extracurriculars. We need to look at the students, so I'm here to talk about the effects on CTE pathways and extracurricular activities for all these schools. Looking more into student life, many students take something we refer to as transfer classes, classes that give students more options and even more career opportunities. If we were to add a 6 to 7 classes a day schedule in order to keep the 7-hour school schedule, these class periods would be significantly shorter than what we have right now. It takes 15 minutes for a student to transfer back and forth from these classes. And if these periods are only an hour long, then these students only are in class for a half an hour. The option that has been proposed for this is basically a double block period, but this already has its issues in itself. We need to look in the STEM system that we have across these 3 schools. A transfer student in STEM will have a full schedule of double block periods for 6 classes, with no room for electives. We can then apply this into the general school population as well. With 4 required classes, a student who wants to take a transfer CTE class would have their entire schedule filled up with the requirements and a single elective. This is all about choice, the ability for the student to have options with what they want to do in their lives. By limiting the class choices and adding 6 to 7 periods, this takes away so much from the customization of a schedule, the opportunity to try new things, all because of a simple change from 4 periods to 6 or 7. We can't forget about all the students who are involved in school extracurriculars. Let's start with sports, something that all 3 of these schools take a lot of pride in. The school day will end at a later time, considering that if this goes through, the start times will switch with elementary school students, meaning school ends later. You can see where I'm going with this. If school ends later, then all these sports are going to get pushed back later in the day. We have to think of the tired kids going home after a game. Relating back to the clubs like robotics and drama, once again, these practices and events can already go very late in the day. So why push the day back and make these hardworking kids stay even longer in the night? Then we need to look at getting rid of the Fridays and how this affects all of these. By getting rid of Friday school, it limits these extracurriculars time to practice. And even if they still decide to hold practice, we can't guarantee that these kids will be able to be there because there is no bus to take them. Overall, school is about learning, and it's a learning opportunity and a time for students to take and find the time to the career that they want, whether through education or through an extracurricular. And if this schedule change is simply to save money, then there's something that is flawed. Look at the students and see what this generation needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, that was our only public comment, so I will read this. This student's name, Chrissy, do you want me to write her name into the publip comment, or no, because it'll be on record? Okay. This is from a student, Nampa High Junior, Jasmine Bly is her name. You want to watch me for time, one of you? I'll just read, and then you let me know when the time's up. Okay. Hello, Nampa School District Board of Trustees. My name is Jasmine Bly, junior student at Nampa High School. I'm writing to share my opinion on the block schedule and how it has impacted the students at Nampa High as an individual, why keeping the block schedule will further benefit the students throughout the Nampa District High Schools, and the possibilities of what could happen if we change to a 6 to 7 period day. Let's talk about how the block schedule has its benefits. First, transitioning from middle school 6 to 7 periods to a 4-period, 1.5 hour period day has been much more useful days spent at school. With the longer periods, students have more time to work on whatever class assignments, projects, tests, etc., as well as receive help and feedback from teachers without feeling the need to rush to get something small turned in and risk their grades, especially if they have no further understanding of the topic. Throughout my time at Nampa High, from my class, upperclassmen, and now lower incoming freshmen, I have heard much more positive talk from students of each grade saying how the block schedule has benefited their grades' mental health and help them grow a closer, more comfortable bond with their teachers since they are having to spend longer inside class. For myself, I feel that longer periods help me learn the material better well. The lectures don't feel rushed to be understood. We have longer periods to get caught up on anything that boosts our grades, and we're able to better understand and get along with classmates. Now, you may be asking, how does this benefit the rest of high schools? I'm sure many other students would agree with my previous mentioned statements of the positives in the classroom. But 4-period days, believe it or not, help us make it through the day a little easier, knowing we only have to get through 4 classes and have time to work and receive the help and knowledge we need rather than cramming 6 to 7 periods into the day. Lessening our time by nearly 45 to 50 minutes and expecting upperclassmen to readjust to this past schedule seems radical. High school is a completely different experience than middle school and should be kept that way. Why change something that has been around personally benefited so many students in the past, all to save money for the district? How does changing something so big save you anything? All this will do is hurt your high school students. Those who solely rely on this block schedule to make it throughout the school has made life outside of education 10 times less stressful. With the 3 to 4 schools shutting down by the end of the school year, this should save you plenty of money to go towards funding and other uses of other schools. This is all about logic. Think about how many students may transfer out of the system or drop out if this change is made. Within these last 2 weeks, I have heard nothing but positive from my peers around me about this. I have heard nothing positive from my peers around me about this possible change. Getting rid of the block schedule will only affect how your results at the end of the year turn out. This means turn-in results, test results, attendance. If you truly care about your students, you need to put them first, not what could save you a bit more cash. Finally, what the possibilities are of what could happen if this change is made. Well, due to how this is affecting students, student schedules will turn out for transfers. How does trapping another school students at a different high schools for 2 to 3 periods a day help? Transfer students have little to no time in the class. Even if you double up the class for 2 periods, this will demotivate students from doing anything. This is the rest, or the feeling of the rest of that email, and she points out a few different things. I have emailed this to you guys so that you guys can read the rest of it. My time is up. Okay. And that is the end of public comment.
Chair Taylor, there is some access issues with that, so maybe we'll work on that after the meeting.
What do you mean
Access issues.
It's
Um,
locked.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't open it.
Oh,
So-
And so you might have to convert it to a fee. We'll discuss
so why
that
is it
after the meeting.
locked?
She only gave you access to
Oh,
it.
do you want to make a copy?
If that would be okay, I can scan it.
Yeah,
here.
let's
Okay.
copy so they have it.
I'm glad you brought that up. I thought it was me. I thought it
Yeah,
was
and I
operator
had no
error.
idea.
It could be both of us, huh?
Yeah, she's locked you all out. So we'll get you guys that copy.
I tried to open it. I did request permission to open it, so I don't know, Tyler, you might get something from me that says, can I open this?
And I think she must have to give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Someone's gonna get it.
perfect. All right, thank you, Clerk Lamont. We will now go ahead, that was our final public comment. So we will now go ahead and move into the consent agenda, and I will entertain either discussion or a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Want to make sure they have an opportunity.
What's that?
Want to make sure they have an
Oh,
opportunity.
yeah, I just said to.
So do you guys have any questions on the consent agenda? Nope. Okay.
I'll move the, oh, go ahead. Did you wanna do that?
Yeah, I will move to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
The motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that is going to take us into action items. We have one action item on for tonight, which are the construction management contracts. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight in front of you is Mr. Stauffer's going to be talking around a construction management contract that the district is looking into entering, asking the board to consider that. This has to do with some of the remodels that will need to take place in some of the schools to be able to fit some of the new programs, and Mr. Stauffer's going to share a little bit about that.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, Dr. Russell, thank you for providing that background. Last month when we met, I gave some information to the board about some of the upcoming projects that we need to do in order to facilitate movement of new students into some of the schools that have been reallocated. We did put out an RFQ for a construction management group. The Benetton group was the one that replied with all the sufficient requirements. You can see all the score tabulations and all the information in your board packet. They come as a very highly regarded construction management group, particularly in the public services. They do quite a bit of work for the city of Nampa. They do quite a bit of work for West Ada School District, Valley View School District. We're one of the few that have not used a construction management group in the past. Considering our time and their ability to facilitate the resources and subcontractors, we felt it was time to negotiate and work with the construction management group. We feel very confident in their capacity and the services that they provide to help us with the outcomes that we're looking for. So again, in the board packet, in the memo, you have any of the information. I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Is that everything, Mr. Stauffer?
That's it for me. yeah.
Trustees, do we have any, excuse me, questions for Mr. Stauffer?
So will they be hiring the subs that will be doing the work?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. They will help us and engage with our architect to make sure that both the building design and the scope and sequence that we desire stay within our budgets as well. So this is also a unique experience where we can define our budgets and they stay within it with our projects and allow us and help us to understand what we can do to stay within our budgets.
What's the cost for this?
It's per use. So there is, by Idaho code, it has to be underneath $50,000. So anything underneath that $50,000, they would be approved to work through, work with. Anything above that, we would still have to go out for an RFP.
So is this like your general contractor then? Is that what really this is taking?
Basically,
when I read
yes.
through it? That
Yep.
was my question.
Instead of us representing as the general contractor, we would bring in this construction management group. Now they in of themselves do not have a ton of subs inside their umbrella, but they work and have relationships with multiple subs that help facilitate, and they would be our voice, the district voice, representing the district.
So you would just use them every single time. It would still come back to us if it was over that 50,000
Correct.
threshold, and
Yep.
then their fee is per job.
Correct.
And is their fee a percentage of the job?
It depends. We negotiate those on each one of those opportunities that we have to work with them. So we can negotiate. They do have some rates, but at the same token, those are things that we can work through with them as well.
And then with the negotiation, would it take us over that $50,000 threshold?
If it does, then it
And
has
it
to go
still
out
will
for an
come back to
RFP.
us?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted
Yep.
to make sure of.
So by Idaho code, that's been defined. That's the code that I actually mentioned in the board document for you as
Yeah.
well. That is one of the allocations that we're given to do an RFQ for this type of service.
Yep.
That in our architecture. We have done this previously with our architectures as well. So it's a very similar process that we use, but it has to stay underneath that fee. Otherwise, we open it up for public bid.
And that's what I understood. I just wanted to hear you say
Yep,
it.
absolutely.
But just for clarification, just because it's over 50,000 doesn't necessarily come to us first. It just has to go out for bid.
Public.
Correct. It would
And
go
the
for.
bid comes to us.
Correct. There's a process
Yeah.
before you would see it. I would inform you that
Right.
there are some things upcoming that would probably put
Yeah.
us outside of that jurisdiction of that quantity. I would let you know that we're putting something out for bid and when to expect it, much like we have done in our normal procedures.
Mhm.
So, go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
please, Stephanie.
So then is it anticipated that all of the work that will need to be done to retrofit all of the schools affected, et cetera, this will cover all of that? Or is this the first, we're going to dig in, we think this is it, but we might find more later?
I'm not sure if I understand your question totally. As far as the construction management group, they help us with what our design is and what the architecture designs are for our outcomes that we've already established. They will help us by, when we determine our budget, they will help us stay inside that budget. So the idea is that they typically would not be coming back to you at this point in time, other than that we're completing it, we're on schedule, we're within budget. So there's always going to be reporting back to the board of how we're progressing through these. The time that we need the board permission is when we get above certain dollar thresholds, then we would start the bidding process, and that's where I would come back to the board to ask for their approval or not. I could also recommend that we don't use the ones that have done the bidding process. But again, it's ultimately up to the board's purview to decide how we move forward with the bidding process. So in this case, if we're talking just about the remodeling needs to be done in the buildings mentioned, it is our hope that we're not having to come back to you, because we do feel like we have a budget and we do have the infrastructure with a construction management group as part of that group helping us to achieve those tasks. So hopefully that may be a little bit too much information, but hopefully answers your question.
Yes, it just basically this right now is anticipated to cover all of the remodels necessary. We're confident that we're not going to run into some kind of major structural something.
And again, we won't know that until we start opening up buildings. We have looked and done some preview of some of the buildings. One of the things we do know that we need to do, and has been included in this, is our fire systems in both West and Snake River have to be upgraded to code, because we are doing some remodeling in them. So there would be a necessary upgrade to those systems, which is a substantial cost.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Binns, one thing that we are is working with our schools. They are giving us some of their preferences and things they would like for their program, but we also are weighing that out versus
Cost.
Having to open it up and then recode many things. When you have certain buildings at a certain age, if you begin to open up or do certain things, then certain codes begin to apply. So we're trying to weigh out the desires of what the schools would like for their programs and their kids with the cost of opening that up and having more and more codes. Those are things that Mr. Stauffer is going to be working with. Those are things that our construction management
Will help us with as well.
folks will help us with as well.
Thank you.
And if it goes well, I assume that maybe we'll move forward with having them for other projects too,
Correct.
right?
This allows them to
Yeah.
actually work with us for up to 5 years.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured too. 'Cause-
Much like, again, we did this with our architecture about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And it gives us the ability to keep those projects underneath some of our desired outcomes. Where we put things out for bid, we never know what we're going to get back as far as those. We have a general idea, but it comes back as far as whatever the bidders are. And if they meet the requirements, then we're kind of locked in.
Well, and it seems like they're gonna have they're gonna be privy to what's going on in the construction
Correct.
more currently and where we're at and the cost of things that have gone down, and
Yes.
instead of us just watching online from festival.
Yeah. No, Chair Taylor, that's correct. And one of the other things that's unique about this too is the timing. So when we have a project of this that has very time sensitive, these
of this
buildings need to be
magnitude.
open and ready in
Yeah.
August. With our normal process and procedures, when we put things out for bid, that, as you know, it's pretty much a 2 to 3 month process before we can actually get the bid through the board and approved, and then start the project. So this really helps us with those time-sensitive type of projects that are on our portfolio.
You know, Chair Taylor,
Please.
there's probably people who are listening or will be listening to this meeting and wondering how come the district doesn't just take this on. And I understand why, so I want to ask a couple of these questions maybe for clarification. There's a real possibility in the next several months, maybe this whole year, that the supply chain thing is going to kick into gear again, where we may not be able to get the material. One of the reasons of having a company like this is probably for that reason. Correct me if I'm wrong. They have those contacts, they have those networks already in place. It's not going to be 100% where they may be able to get every single item, but they could get it quicker than maybe you sitting down on a telephone trying to, cold calling people for material. So I think that's one really good positive of going this direction. And then the timing, all that other kind of stuff. And so there is that possibility, though, down the road, if we're retrofitting some schools, that we could run into some of those delays.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have you considered, or is that going to be something that this company, Benetton Construction, will consider? What are the option Bs? What ifs down the road if those supply chain issues rear their ugly heads?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, and that's exactly what they're built for. That's what the construction management group is built for, is to help us to look at potential pitfalls that might be in the sequence of events that we need, help us identify outcomes that still help us obtain our goals, looking for cost benefit opportunities for us as well. Again, this is the reason why most school districts use a construction management group, is for this purpose. We have not, again, this is our first venture down this pathway. Primarily because of the things that you named, the potential with Micron being built, a lot of subs are being pulled, and understandably so, being pulled to larger construction opportunities. Not having a footprint or having subs that we use on a consistent basis puts us at a disadvantage in the pecking order of those subs. We have in the past attempted to do that and mitigate and work that pathway. But again, our timing is not in our favor. We don't feel the timing is in our favor at this juncture with trying to do that on our own.
A couple of follow-up questions on that. So you're asking us to approve this contract. I don't...
Qualification.
Okay, so it says construction management contract. So these are just qualifications.
Qualifications, correct.
You're not asking us to approve a contract.
No, the actual one I've asked is approve Benetton as the construction management provider for the Nampa School District.
Okay.
That's
so
the
the
actual.
contracts will come when and if necessary.
Yes,
And you'll have that ability, the district will have the ability to pick and choose.
correct.
I mean, if there's something that we feel like your team or your staff can handle, we'll take care of it.
Correct. These are for larger type of remodels. This is not, I need a patch of wall.
Yeah.
Those are things that our maintenance team is very capable of doing and does currently.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, in the meantime, I think that there probably will be quite a bit to be learned. I loved when you said that they would also help us stay within the budget or show you if we have to pick and choose. I mean, they're gonna be the company that can say choose X instead of Y because it's gonna be the best benefit. Yeah, this is,
Absolutely.
So is there a flat fee? I just want to make sure I'm understanding the cost structure
Sure.
with this.
Sure.
Is there a flat fee, and then on top of that, if we have them remodel this building, it's a flat fee plus whatever that?
So, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, there's probably a little bit of both. The way to answer that is that the consulting fee would be X, and then based off of the project, the scale and size of the project, it's going to scale up with it as well. Again, those are some things that I'll be able to negotiate with Benetton if they are chosen. And again, the threshold to remember here is by law, $50,000 is the cap. It cannot go above that, or it has to go out for an RFP. So that's one of the thresholds that you have as a board, is kind of your safety net, or our safety net as a district, is that it cannot go above that without us bringing it back to you.
well, and I do want to point out how fiscally responsible this administration has been time and time again. So I trust that you're going to use your best judgment when looking at these bids as well. So I feel very confident in that.
We appreciate that, thank you. And just, Chair Taylor, as a side note, we are still managing quite a few other projects at the same time. There's, this year is going to be a very fruitful year as far as having a levy in our hands and doing some wonderful things with the levy that are upcoming. These are things that we are handling underneath our umbrella. But again, just going back to the key points, the timing and the subcontractors needed to do the work is not something that we have in our Rolodex on a consistent basis. Not that people don't enjoy working for us and helping us, but there is a lot of work out there right now, particularly in the business arena. There is a lot more than the residential going on right now, and so we're seeing difficulties procuring it in the time frame that we would like to.
That's the key, and just the competition out there.
It
I mean,
is.
Micron doesn't have a budget. They could spend billions of dollars building a building now. We
Yep.
have to operate within a budget, and so I think this is really good. Makes really good logical sense to me, is having somebody there that we can lean on. Is not really the word, but can manage
Partner
some of
with.
these, yeah. So yeah, I'm 100% for it too. So.
Chair
Trustee
Taylor.
Sue.
Is there when we talk about 50,000, is that their total cost for this project? Okay. And then the second question, the second is really a comment. I'm on my third building project right now in my professional life, and I wholeheartedly agree that we need this. The school district would need an organization like this. the last building we did, I try to cut corners. Like, I'll handle some of these subs, and the timing is terrible. Now I'm having to deal with another person who deals with another person, the project manager of the construction project, in order to get timing done, and timing's all off. So this third project we're currently in the middle of, I just handed all the numbers over to the construction management company and said, you guys figure it out. It's worth the extra few thousand we pay so you figure it out and you get the schedules done and on time, and it's been a dream. So I
Nice.
absolutely agree.
All right, trustees, any other questions?
So the 50,000, is it per school, is it
Per project.
per project?
Correct.
And really quick, just for clarification, so what happens is anytime something's above 50,000, it has to go out for public bid, so it has to come back to board for approval because the board is who accepts that bid. So it's per project on every project above 50,000.
So my only concern is that if we're doing multiple under $50,000 bids, I'm under the assumption that the state may see it as one big project and they may try to force you to bid.
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Sue, that's a great comment. There is kind of a platform on how they look at that and how it's defined in Idaho code on how we can look at that. There's also types of phased projects as well where different phases can be a part of the same project and still allowable underneath Idaho code. And I would just reference you to go back and look at that code. It helps really define what our parameters are. So there is a good foundation, and it is a practice that is widely used, and again, one that is watched as well.
And then, trustees, I will remind everybody too, everything that we do is a matter of public record. So this can be requested at any time, and so just making sure everybody knows that there's always safeguards, so we all know everything's above board. Okay, any other questions? If there are no other questions or comments, I will entertain a motion.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. I didn't know if one of you wanted to.
I move that we accept this, this qualification, is that what you called it? Instead of a contract? It says contract in there.
So if you open up the board memo,
Do you
It's
want this one
actually the
approved Benton
recommendation
Construction as
section.
the
Yeah, have the board memo.
is it the action requested?
Yes.
To approve Benton Construction as the construction management, is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay, so I move that we approve Benetton Construction as the construction management provider for the Nampa School District.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Stockford,
Thank
you
you.
may be seated.
Chair Taylor, can I make just a quick comment?
Absolutely.
So in these memos that we get, and this is just more of a general heads up, I guess. In these memos that we get from staff where it says action requested, can we put in there maybe possible motion?
What I did, if you look in the board packet and just click on that item where it says recommended action, I copy and pasted his action requested into the main page. If you look at the meeting
So
category.
the reason you're not seeing it is
Oh, I see, I see, I see.
literally
Yeah,
right
so-
there, so it's like right there.
I took that recommended.
I never look at the fine print.
Okay, so what he meant to say is, we really appreciate that you've put the motion
I was-
right there.
No, I know that those motions are already in there. It just
I
said action
recommended
requested. I was
action.
just
I
wondering if
assumed that you
here's a
didn't know.
possible
I just-
motion.
Right, so
pulled
I
up his
put,
request.
I'll put that in there
Okay.
as well in the meat
That's
of
all
it,
right.
if that
Got
helps.
it.
I've been copying and pasting it on the main page too, so I can do that as well, possible
I'm
motion.
good. No, I'm good. Go ahead, Chair. Sorry.
All right, we are now gonna move into, that concludes all of the action portion of our meeting tonight. So we will now move into the information items and reports, and we are going to start with the high school bell schedule. Dr. Russell?
Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight we're going to provide some information around the high school bell schedule. This is something that we have received, as you mentioned, quite a few emails through. Really proud of the students who are involved in this. We've received numerous student emails as well, and the comments that we heard this evening. We're going to address some of those. This is part of the mitigation strategies that the district has been looking at, and there is a long history actually with our high school bell schedule. We have had several groups come together throughout the years to look at it. There has been concerns for some time with it, but now due to the financial challenges that we have, it really has kind of put that to the forefront. So we have had a group that has come together. They are making a recommendation to the superintendent, and the superintendent will make a final decision, but we want to make sure that you're aware of all of the things that they have discussed and looked at. Many of the concerns that are brought forth in the emails and from some of the statements that we heard, I think will be addressed tonight or discussed. And Mr. Yarborough is kind of going to come share what that group has been working on since about mid-November, I believe.
Yep. Board Superintendent Russell, Deputy Superintendent Yarborough did provide you guys with survey data that he's going to be going over as well. I put a pink sticky note on it, making sure you knew what that was. I also loaded it in the public board packet once I received it and emailed it out to you as well.
Thank you, Clerk Lamont.
Thanks, Clerk Lamont. Board
Taylor.
Brooke, Chair Taylor, Board, thank you again for the opportunity to come. Yes, this data just came from this weekend, as I'll explain through the conversation. One of the challenges we had is getting information from a wide group of stakeholders and how the video's a little off, so my hands are up and then they're down. It's funny. Wide group of stakeholders of how the high school schedule change may impact certain parts of what they're looking at. We crafted a survey and gathered some data. That survey closed late Saturday night. We opened it last Monday, and left through Saturday to try and get as many responses as we could. If you do look, we had 2,800, almost 2,900 respondents, so we had a wide group of folks responding, and those were all parents within the Nampa School District, all staff within the Nampa School District, and all students grades 6 through 11 are who we sent that to. Just want to frame that before we get into some of the pieces there. I'll come back to the data in a little bit as we go through the presentation. Want to kind of load some history of where we're at and how we got here, as Dr. Russell that's prefaced. Tyler, could you pull up the PowerPoint for me, please? Okay, as Dr. Russell said, next slide, Tyler. This really is part of our mitigation strategy. We have to keep our mind focused on the idea that we are in the spot we're in because of a lot of factors, and those factors have been happening over about the last decade, including our enrollment decline. So this slide you've seen multiple times. Just want to throw that up to keep our mind frame around there. Next slide, Tyler. We also are at this spot. The one-time ESSER money levy positions, we've already taken plans and have communicated with staff that those positions will not be funded next year from ESSER dollars. We were lucky that the community supported our levy ask, and they did a great job there. We're so thankful for that. We did those pieces there, that 14, and then we also, from the supplemental levy, we put on the idea of coaching stipends for athletics and those types of things, so that now is on the supplemental levy, and that frees up those 16 positions. The closing or repurposing schools, while a very, very difficult decision, does save us 30 positions over time as we work through attrition and those pieces and closing those schools. And now we're to the high school schedule change, which is another of the mitigation strategies that we proposed when Dr. Russell gave his State of the Schools. I believe it was back in early November. High school schedule change is going to be hard because it's something that everybody has an opinion about. And so when we get into the conversation about what options really are there and what the survey data shows, I would just like to keep the board focused on that idea. We did not ask for open-ended questions from staff about what would you like the schedule to look like. We narrowed it down based off of what the financial realities are, and then asked some preference questions within what we can do based on that, and I'll explain that a little bit in the presentation tonight. Next slide, Tyler. This slide just references, again, the history of the Nampa School District with a block schedule. The schedule has been around for approximately 25 years. I can't remember exactly if it was 2000 or maybe 1999 that the block schedule came on as a version of what we do in the Nampa School District. It particularly came on because of supporting career and technical education, and that is something that has served us very well for the past 25 years. However, over time, what it has done is it's shown that it is very expensive to run a block schedule of what we have currently, a 4x4 block with an A-B day and teachers teaching 3 of 4. The cost for that comes in having teachers teach 3 periods every day, because really they end up teaching 6 of 8 in an actual day when you put the A and B block together. So at the high school level, you have 75% of your workforce only available to teach and be directly involved with kids at any given spot when you're going through an A-B block. The other models that we're going to propose tonight, A straight 7, A try 6, you get to 86% of staff actually working with kids. That is where the savings comes. Over time, what we would do, and we believe will happen within this next year, the rate of attrition we have at the high school level, we can easily absorb that rate of 20 FTE, which is what we needed to save and propose as a mitigation strategy. The models that we have, you can save up to 25. I do reference in here one other model that would save up to 29, but that 29 model is really untenable from a staff perspective, and I'll explain here in a minute. So again, the options for our future schedule, we really settled on two major variations. Again, I'm going to read the exact recommendation language in a moment, but basically a straight 7 semester-based schedule. That schedule is very traditional in a lot of places, including the neighboring district of Boise. Boise runs a straight 7 and has a robust CTE program with a centralized CTE center. Valley View runs a 7-period schedule, not out of the ordinary. Things are run like that. Number of school districts across the state and across the country run a straight 7 on a semester-based schedule. One of the challenges for us that schedule presents is the amount of time per class period. As we've heard multiple students speak, how that impacts what actually happens on a day-to-day basis. The uniqueness of the Nampa School District in having to shuttle our kids to the 3 different campuses for whatever CTE program they may be enrolled in, that's where the crux of the issue comes with the amount of time in class. The Tri-6, as I'm going to explain in a minute, isn't really a tri, it's more of a 3 semesters within 1 year when you do that at a 60-minute or 65-minute period. Still would have the challenge under a 5-day work week, planting seeds here, still would have a challenge of shuttling that you wouldn't impact the amount of time that kids are having in classes. Currently, we have 82 minutes in our CTE classes. There is a misnomer that it's an hour and a half. It is not. It's 82 minutes. And when you do that across the semester base we have right now, we actually have about 57 instructional hours per class period across all of our content courses. The reason for that is twofold. Number one, we have mentoring within our schedule, which the survey data will show all of our subgroups want to keep by a fairly large margin. It's something that they actually do appreciate and enjoy, which is interesting because sometimes what we hear at the district office is the one-offs of, no, it's not there. The data supports that mentoring is a valuable piece of our schedule. And then secondly, the issue of shuttling and how that impacts the schedule. We're down to 82 minutes, so we're already in those shorter timeframes. Cutting that even shorter does have consequences, no doubt, but we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go through. Next slide, Tyler, sorry. Before I go on to the future options, any questions about the history of the Nampa School District as far as block schedule and what that looks like on a 4x4 block and an AB day? Is that clear for everyone on the board?
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had many students go through high school, so
Yep.
I'm familiar with it.
Yep.
We're still there.
So again, as part of the mitigation strategy, here is our challenge. We need to save at least 20 FTE. We've asked the board, even with our mitigation strategies, that we're going to have to likely tap into savings if the projections of what's going to come from the state and the loss of ESSER dollars, the loss of enrollment. We've got some significant challenges. As Chair Taylor talked about, being fiscally responsible is important, and this is one of those measures. While it does have impacts, and we by no means want to minimize those impacts to the student day, the student experience, or what students feel, there is a reality that we cannot stay on the current AB block in a fiscally responsible way.
And I think this is an important point. Just because we've closed some schools, altered some schools, whatever, we've done that already, that's not enough.
Correct.
We have to look at continue to look at other mitigation strategies. I think I hear in emails and from other people, it's like, well, you've already closed the school, so there should be plenty to keep this.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that everyone is clear, we're on the same page, that that's step one. We still have to look at other mitigation strategies.
Well, and I think this slide that we paid homage to, Tyler, can I have you back up 3 slides, right there, is that all along as mitigation strategies, this is what has been proposed to
Right.
us just to get us to where we needed to go. So while it was a broad conversation and there was a lot to digest the first time that we heard this slide has been perpetuated, I honestly thought since October.
It may have been
I
October,
was
I
going to say, you
apologize.
said November, but I felt like we started seeing it in October. So this slide has been perpetuated, and the high school change was talked about, televised, and talked about in a work session. So I do think that sometimes when we move on to the next phase, it feels sudden.
Yes.
But I'm really glad that you reutilize this slide in this presentation, because this has always been part of our mitigation strategy, just to get us to balance.
Yep.
Really,
us where we-
hopefully balance. Yeah, like not even all that money that Trustee Benz was talking about that they don't fund us. Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Kirkman, sorry.
Yes.
Trustee Sue.
Trustee Sue.
We're seeing a lot of the emails, and I want to make sure we're very clear on something. We're not trying to save money in terms of, like, at the end of the year, we want to make sure that we have an extra $1 million sitting around.
Right.
To speak to Trustee Benz, we need to get out and talk to the legislature. Our schools are chronically underfunded. Our teachers are poorly paid. Our facilities are not where they should be. And I think the governor has made a positive suggestion in terms of a trust fund to help fix schools. But this is not us trying to save $1 million and giving people bonuses. This is trying to survive. And with the school district shrinking and the funding mechanisms drying up, we're just trying to stay afloat at this point, right? And I think that's what people who email us, and especially with school closures, oh, you guys are just thinking about your dollars. It is not it's not wise for a public entity to have massive surpluses at the end of the year. Right. The school district spends wisely every dollar that they get into education, into facility, things like that. So,
Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Kirkman, Trustee Sue, thank you. Like all of those pieces, yes, that is 100% accurate of how we're navigating this. And Vice Chair Kirkman, particularly, yes, this isn't. We've done all this, now we don't have to do this. These are the mitigation strategies that we need to do to balance. So I really appreciate you going back through there. One thing, Tyler, if you'll go down to slide, I think it's 4, just back to the slide we were on. Trustee Sue mentioned that one of the issues with teacher pay and those challenges, and while there have been some gains made in the state recently, which we are greatly appreciative of, those are still challenges. One of the models that we did consider as a committee when we looked at high school schedule change was to keep the schedule as is and have teachers teach 7 of 8. As a teacher in this district, when I was at Columbia, I taught on a block schedule, and I taught 7 of 8 for 5 of my 6 years. However, 4 of those 6 years, I was compensated an extra period for that, which was a 1/6 increase in my salary. It made sense for me to look my wife in the eye and my kids in the eye and say, the reason Daddy's grading extra periods right now is because this affords us this possibility. I believe if we were to go to this model and say, hey, we could save 29 FTE, keep our schedule as everything would be great, I think that in 1 year we would have about 50% of our staff that would leave. The reason that I say only 4 of the years, the 1 year I didn't do it and was compensated, that's the year of the financial crisis, and we had to do it, and it was a very short mitigation strategy. The conversation was always to go back to teaching 6 of 8. If we change our schedule to say teachers in the Nampa School District are expected to teach 7 of 8 classes with minimal to no prep every other day, we will not be able to attract and retain highly qualified staff. That will have an impact on our kids from an instructional perspective, and it's just not fiscally responsible from my perspective. Want to share that as we go through this. So the other 2 models, again, that came up in various forms, were moving to a 7-period semester schedule. The attractiveness of that is we are on a semester already. There are some pieces within the system when it comes to the machinations of student requests for courses, the setup within Power School of how we grade, all of those things would make sense on a semester. That would save us approximately 25 FTE because we would have teachers teaching 6 of 7 periods. The other model that we looked at as a committee was a 6-period day, which saves approximately 20 FTE. Teachers would be teaching 5 of 6 through 3 grading periods. This is an essential point of the conversation I need to make. When we look at the time in class right now, we have 82 minutes, and I referenced 57 minutes or 57 hours per class in our semester right now. If we were to go to the 50-minute 7-period day under a semester, we would get a couple hours over that. If we were to go to a 6-period trimester but hit 60 minutes or 65 minutes, we could get upwards of 62 hours out of each course for each student right now.
With the 6.
With a 6, yes. Now, again, there are multiple things that are a burden on the system to switch from a semester base to a trimester base. And indeed, the committee's recommendation, as you'll see, their consensus was a 7-period trimester because of some of those challenges in changing the adult pieces of the system that are significant. What I believe, and I think the board needs to consider, is the process of bundling that you've heard in multiple emails, the process of shuttling. We really need to consider what can we do to maximize the amount of time that students are in all of their classes and their CTE classes as well, because that's where it comes to rub, is the CTE transfer back and forth, or Columbia STEM program, or very specific advanced courses like an AP Calculus that may be only offered at one of our campuses. Those are the challenges that we have to deal with, okay? More models were considered again, but the financial barriers and other things didn't make sense. We considered going to a 6-period semester-based schedule. The challenge with that is it significantly reduces student choice, and we would actually have to adapt graduation requirements down to the state minimum, which is a whole nother part of the conversation. We may well need to adapt graduation requirements in either of these models as well because of the need, now I have a chart that shows in a second, because of the need to offer release time from a religious perspective in our schedule every semester for every kid. That's 8 periods. Well, a 7-period day on a semester gets you to 56 total options. Right now we have 51 total requirements. So there will be 3 periods that they would not have an option.
But what are our options right now?
Our options right now are 64.
Okay, so we're at a 64 option, and if I'm looking at this, that 6th period at the 20 FTE savings gets us to a 72 course
Correct.
average. Wow.
Yes, it does. Yep.
Lots of choice.
Lots of choice.
Okay, got it.
So
Sorry.
these were the things
And
that
I'm
have the
ahead.
next slide.
Sorry, trustees.
Yep.
I'm ahead, and I printed out my slides because I like to take notes. So
Next piece, these were some of the preferences and things that came up and shifts that we will have to make within either of the options that is chosen. The big thing I want to make sure that everybody understands right now under our current model, and you've heard some students speak to, and I completely appreciate the time with teachers matters to develop relationships. I agree. And they're getting as much, if not more time under other schedule options than we're getting right now. Not as much in one chunk, because it's every other day, but they are getting more time in the aggregate.
this is a comment, but in the last 2 years on the board, I will say that I actually believe that daily FaceTime is valuable. I think that there have just been some experiences that I have had in this setting where I really think it's important, and I think it put into light to me that with this schedule of every other day, that when you add up the days that somebody has seen a child, it's very minimal when you look at that on that every other day block. So I actually, this is just speaking to a comment of, it's been eye-opening, and it has actually changed my perspective on how important it is to see a child every day.
Correct.
That was just a comment.
Yep.
Quick question. On Early Release Wednesday, I don't know exactly the history behind that. Where did the Early Release Wednesday come from?
Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Kirkman, I can't tell you the exact year it came in. I know when I started teaching in 2007, we had it as part of our program, and basically it's around some educational research that talked about professional learning communities and the need for teachers to collaborate around on what students know, can do, and how we intervene when they don't. I don't know if it was as early as 2000, but that PLC research really was around the turn of the century where we started to see that as a very significant academic push. And it has proven over time to be one of the biggest teacher-directed factors that can really help with professional development for staff. Sometimes we think professional development is just training and people talking to them. That professional development of collaborating with peers, looking at student data, and navigating forward has been extremely beneficial. I will not tell you that every one of our PLCs functions at the highest level, but I will tell you that that is an expectation in our district, that we do great PLC work, and we'll continue to work on that with our HRS work as well.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I think it was around 2011, 12, and I just remember it well because I was a principal at Reagan at the time, and I had a lot of my PLCs, I had used some of our title dollars to hold PLCs on Fridays. And I remember when the district mandated the Wednesday early release time, I kind of struggled as a principal because I had already scheduled those on Fridays. I didn't know what to do with my staff on that time. Mm-hmm. So I remember it well, and May coming in. And so it's been a practice 13 years now, 12, 13 years at least, a minimum. I'm looking at Steve and Courtney if they remember similar. So it's been a while.
Okay, thank you.
That is another piece, that keeping collaboration of some sort within our schedule. That is a negotiated part of the conversation because of calendars. That's what I referenced here on this slide. And then finally, within that, there's some conversation of how might we do that differently or better. The one challenge becomes if you say, hey, we're just going to do teacher collaboration once a month, the time to intervene with kids starts to get extended. And I've got some conversations around 4-day work week, which was in the schedule, student contact week, excuse me. We'll talk about some of those things and how there are ways to mitigate that. That would be definitely a board decision if they consider that. The survey suggests that might be something you want to look at. We've got some plans to ask if that would be something you would consider.
The once a month calendar shift.
This is a conversation for us to look at of how we would do that from a professional development, bringing outside experts in. We still would keep earlier release for PLC time under those models.
Got it.
So, okay. This is a current schedule. Tyler, next slide. This is a current schedule we have. Skyview schedule, they are the same at every high school, but just to show what that looks like. The Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule with mentoring included in the schedule, and then the Wednesday schedule on the, as you see it, the lower left hand, and then it shows the transfer bus times on each of those periods. Nothing new here. Every kid in the district, every parent who's paying attention to which one their kids are going to, this is the current schedule we have. Just wanted to have that as a frame of reference.
And then just to reference, our bus is doing 6 times a day back and forth.
Yep, before and after school. Now, we do that, but we do get reimbursed at 85% from the state. So the busing cost isn't something that we would save saying, hey, don't shuttle. That's not the scenario. CTE busing does get reimbursed at that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, but is that
75? I apologize.
75?
Reimbursable. So there's another $1 million of other costs with activities and that.
But it is good to know that the CTA shuttle is, or the CTE shuttle is getting reimbursed. And because that was my next question, because I saw that we were going into bus contracts.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that 75% from the state, is that locked for this next year?
Great question, Mr. Dewey.
Change.
So,
Recently appointed treasurer?
so the way the transportation budget works and the reimbursement, we actually get paid on last year's expenses. So we get paid this year based on last year's expenses, and it's a formula based on everybody else's expenses as well. So it's not easily said. Our average over the last 5 years has been about 70 to 75%.
Okay.
But if the legislature chooses to move some funding around and get creative and whatever, that formula could change. There's a possibility that formula could change in the future.
They have talked about adding some more and doing some more stuff. Years ago, they took out $7.5 million in a block grant type of money, and it's created a lot of havoc. And they've been trying to do this for years. Since I've been here, I've been on 2 committees for it, and nothing has ever come about.
Okay.
One of the things, Board, I was saying, sorry, Dr. Russell, is that even whatever that cost is, for us to afford the opportunity for our kids to have CTE programs, it's a cost that we do think is valuable. And again, the fiscal responsibility of that cost is there.
And I think the emails would say that the kids actually find a lot of value. The kids, that's what's impressive, right?
Correct.
It's the students talking to us about how valuable they find CTE.
You're not going to get any argument from me there either.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, same. But it's just nice to hear the kids.
So again, just bell schedule here. Tyler, next slide, please. This is a 7-period schedule. Again, a neighboring district, Bora, looking at what they have. This is with a 0 period. I will talk about what the recommendation was, how the recommendation does include that in one way. Most of the data, when it comes back on 0 period, it was one of the few things that our aggregate data didn't trend the same. Students were a no for sure, parents were a no, and staff was a yes of offering 0 periods, and those percentages were 54% of students said no, 41% of parents and guardians said no, and 47% said yes. There were other pieces of no preference, which I just gave you the most chosen by that subgroup, but I'll explain that in a second.
So no students, no parents,
No parents.
teachers, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Yep.
What's 0 period?
It's a period outside the actual normal school day, and you can see the start time there is extremely early.
Yeah.
What typically happens there is more advanced courses that kids who are really driven are going to, and or sometimes an athletic period or a weightlifting class. You do not have your entire campus of teachers teaching during 0 period. And what happens if you have 4 to 8 teachers saying let's offer 0 period? Their day would go from 0 to 6. Everybody else's day goes from 1 to 7 from a teaching load.
Okay.
So again, they're still teaching that, unless there was other compensation and they agreed to do something else and teach more periods. Okay. The purpose of this again is to also show again Neighboring districts, that CLC schedule is very much a PLC model in that conversation. That's some of the things they have there. You can see their PLC is beginning of the day on their Wednesday schedule, not end of the day. So they have a late start versus an early release. But that is a very normal practice within education. Okay. Next slide, Tyler. This is from, I believe, Bonneville, other side of the state, but this is a Tri-6 bell schedule, just for looking at it. It does not have a mentoring in there. I do have some models that could show that, but this is, again, just for purposes to understand what that might look like. They do have a shifted start, a flip start where their secondary schools start later and their elementary start earlier. Some districts are able to do one school start time, so they start all at this. We would not be able to do that from a busing fleet perspective. We would basically move to a 2-tier system. Right now we have a 3-tier system because we have 2 elementary start times, an early and a late start, but we anticipate moving to a 2-tiered system, secondary and elementary, regardless of how that was constituted.
With how much we've talked about late start being more beneficial for our secondary kids, are we discussing that bell flop schedule where we're starting our younger kids earlier and starting our older kids later? Because I love that I see here we start at 8:40, but we are still out by 3:54.
Yeah, we have the recommendations did not include that this go around for the superintendent, Chair Taylor, and the reason being, one thing that the community wanted more than switching start time, that's actually a pretty close scenario. They wanted us to consider a 4-day student contact week. If you go to a 4-day student contact week, you have to extend the school day to get the hours with kids in. There's no other way around that. And given our the paradigm of a 2-tiered bus system, we did not feel like we could switch that because that number would be students not getting out till close to 5 o'clock, quite honestly. Secondary students, if we went to a 4-day, correct. So.
Yeah, well, and then I was gonna say, like the student here told us, I mean, you got practices and extracurricular activities, all of a sudden they're coming home at 10 o'clock at night. Parents are asleep by then.
Yep. We do have some mitigations depending on what schedule is chosen. We could offer a new class. That new elective, again, if we go to 72 electives, we could actually put in an athletic elective for students based off of practice, and practice could start earlier. There are costs to that. Those costs would be your teachers who are teaching and are also head coaches and coaches within that program would have to have that period they would be teaching other kids, meaning they're teaching football, for example. You would have, if you have 5 coaches at Nampa High who are on staff, they're 5 of their 6 periods, one of those periods will be teaching football. Now the advantage is you take 200 kids out of the schedule and that's where their PE credit happens. You could offer a credit and do some of those things. One challenge is when you look at that, it's like, hey, are we favoring athletics? We do that constantly with our marching band. Our marching band has a period at the end of the day. Any co-curriculars have that. We have those things built in, so there are ways to mitigate around that. That could be on either schedule, a straight 7 or a Tri-6. The straight 7, the challenge I would consider on that is it really gets down to where now you're taking away more electives with a cadet schedule. With the Tri-6 of 18, you have a little more flexibility in that mode. So.
And so I know that you're just using the athletics as an example, but
Yes.
would that also be a consideration for, say, drama or, okay.
Totally. Any of those classes that are co-curricular and competition based, we could definitely look at that. Now again, to be really clear, when we lock in where those classes are, any spot in the schedule, it causes some challenges for other options kids have. And even though we could go from 64 opportunities to 72 opportunities or from 58 or 56 opportunities, that is one of the things we have to understand. Kids will have to make choices. We cannot give every student everything they want and be fiscally responsible. We just can't do it. We can increase the number of kids who get most of what they would prefer. Those are some of the conversations we would continue to have on how we build a schedule and work with our schedulers. And we do that right now. We do that in our current AB block. That doesn't eliminate that challenge. That is a challenge of scheduling high school students.
I would assume we've got students.
Trustee Jennings, when you talk, I'm supposed to call your name.
Oh,
Sorry.
my apologies.
No, you're totally fine. It's totally fine.
Called you unnamed.
Yeah, no, I'm just, when you want to
getting
speak,
yelled
I'm
at, my
supposed to
bad.
say Trustee Jennings. You're totally fine.
My apologies.
No, you're doing great.
So I would fully assume we do have students that transfer from Columbia to Nampa, vice versa. Is it even feasible with the limited hours that you can see, like on an early release day, to get on the bus, get here, and even see a classroom?
So one of the things we do with our current schedule on early release, that is the only day we don't have mentoring. So the classes are extended to approximately, Mr. LeBou, 72 minutes, 73 minutes. So we can do that on the early release. And that is a conversation as well in the recommendations that were made to Superintendent Russell. Mentoring within the schedule doesn't necessarily mean every day within the week. There may be some changes we need to make to that. Is it 2 days a week? Is it 3 days a week? Is it 4 days a week as we currently have it? There are some things that we can maneuver there, still keeping kids connected to a mentor and having time and space. We also have to understand that kids right now, even though they say, hey, I only have 4 classes at a time, kids who are taking a full schedule have 8 classes at a time. Either of these models, that would be down to a 7 period or a 6 period, unless we have a 0 period, and that will be that same thing. That causes some stress on kids for sure. Again, not to sound heartless, that's the challenge of the choice. If I want to do those things, those pieces are there, and it should be a family decision with the parent and the student for what works best for them.
Chair Taylor, could I maybe ask a question, Mr. Yarborough? Mr. Yarborough, one of the concerns that I have with the block is seniors. By the time they get to seniors, some students have many release periods. So they go to school an hour, hour and a half a day, and then they're out.
Yep.
I know kids love that.
Yep.
And so some kids out there are like, well, they're not going to love me a little bit. But I don't know how well that prepares them for college, career, and that kind of thing. Can you talk a little bit with either of these schedules? Is that something you'd still see a lot of releases for seniors or not? How would that work?
Yeah, Dr. Russell, great question. I think it's not just seniors. You see it some with juniors as well. Those are typically the grade levels that we allow for open periods. I think that there needs to be a reimagining of what open periods are. A number of our students work. We could look at finding ways to create a work release class to regain some of that FTE, that, hey, what does that, or sorry, attendance, that would help us generate funds as a district while also serving that need for the student. But to Dr. Russell's question, we would still have open periods, because even going down to having 86% of your staff available, we have approximately 500 or more open periods within our block schedule right now. You're not going to absorb all of those kids with just that limited piece on any given section. So yes, open periods would still be a thing. And part of the challenge that we have to keep open periods in some way is the religious release time that we have to have as an option for kids within our schedule. So yes, Dr. Russell, I do believe that and you're 100% correct, it is a challenge in the current block schedule because we do have kids that by their senior year only need so many credits. I think we have to reimagine that that's the reality of where education is going. And if we can find other electives they are involved in and want to be involved in, we may be able to recruit more of those kids being there. Don't guarantee that they will, because an idea of not being at school for a period is a good scenario for a kid, right? That piece matters to them. But it is something that we could find ways, again, athletic period, work release period, we could find some other ways to try and mitigate that. We still will have open periods as part of our schedule, however.
Trustee Sue?
0 period. At that point, it is up to the parent to take the kid to school.
Correct. Yep. Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, Tyler, can you move the next slide for me? Yes, Trustee Sue, you're hitting the nail on the head. This next slide shows actually what, again, a model from a perspective just so we can see all the data kind of in one spot. In a 7-period day, again, I wanted to look at FTE savings. That's our number one goal and focus here. This is about being fiscally responsible, and that's the driver for this. The teacher schedule, how many classes they will be teaching, and then the teacher prep time. The bottom two that I show there, a 7-period plus 1, a 6-period plus 1, would be a 0 period. The reason that I have in the last column 4 and an asterisk and 6 and an asterisk, open periods really wouldn't be open to other than upperclassmen because we do not have transportation for them. That doesn't mean there isn't the one-off of a freshman kid who is advanced in mathematics and wants to take AP stats. We couldn't work around that. As a general rule, those would not be options for our underclassmen, freshmen, and sophomores. And yes, Trustee C, you are correct. 0 periods would require students getting themselves to school. Our busing would run at our normal start time, being first period.
But we experience that now. I mean, my son has a late start twice a week, and so we're, yeah.
Exactly.
Trustee Jennings.
So would this 0 hour be a required class, or are they electives typically speaking? I mean, are some kids that don't want to to do that early?
Great question, Trustee Jennings. It would not be required for kids. It may, however, be a graduation requirement class. We would have other times in the schedule that they could fill that, though. But if it was, hey, I want to take AP chemistry, and we have another section that's third hour, and they can't make that, they want to take it zero area period, that might be a possibility. Again, just for illustration purposes there, I'm not committing to zero period chemistry, so, because finding a chemistry teacher in the regular schedule is kind of hard, so. Okay. Again, I want to highlight the issue here of teacher prep time, what that looks like. One of my concerns with going to the 7 of 8, as I talked about, teachers going from 82 minutes of prep to no prep is not really tenable for their own ability to do what they do really well and their mental health. And that is something I think we should be definitely concerned about and how we support that with our staff. These show what amount of time that might look like. The 60-minute or the 6-period day could be 65 minutes. Again, play with that. We could be at 55 minutes on the 7-period. These are just to show models of what it is, and I feel really comfortable we're within a 5-minute time frame on those teacher prep times, aka also student period times. Okay.
Looking at the fiscal responsibility part of this, the 20 versus the 25 FTE savings, 25 would be great.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would be better, but 20 is that's good. I mean, that's a okay. I just want to make sure that we're shooting for
20 is what we projected on our mitigation strategy, and the reason we did that was what we felt like with our other mitigation strategies that would make sense. To your point, Vice Chair Kirkman, yes, 25 is better than 20 on the fiscally responsible. However, the cost of bundling and those things, which we may have on a 6-period, unless, as I'm going to talk about here in a second, we shift a model to a 4-day student contact week, you could probably shuttle every period on a 6-period schedule at 75 minutes. So.
Well, and I actually, based on what students have said, I think they want longer periods.
Correct.
And so if, I'm fine with less savings if we're talking student success, we'll find a way.
And when we get into the data, which we're getting really close to that, actually, next slide, Tyler, this will be the data. Again, you have 4 packets. The first packet is highlighted with green, and it says all. The second is yellow, it says student. The third is pink, it says parent guardian, and the last is staff. The last 3 packets I want you to set aside for right now, because all that is the data behind the aggregate, so we can look at what those are. There were 2 trend lines off the aggregate data, again, that did not match some subpopulations. And I told you one of them already, the 0-period preference, and the other was the grading period preference. And grading period refers to quarter, trimester, or semester. And basically, everybody wanted semesters with the exception of, I believe it was parents, guardians preferred quarters, so a 9-week grading period. I think what that speaks to isn't necessarily worried about the grading period and the awarding of grades, so much as we want to know how our kids are doing and have communication of where they're at within their classes.
Yes.
Oh,
So,
100%.
Yep, just wanted to.
So that we have more time to turn the wheel.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, amen.
Yep. Those were the only 2 data points that the major trend line, when we get to question 2, for example, it says, would you prefer a 6-period schedule or a 7-period schedule? Every other than the 2 I talked about, every subgroup followed these exact trend lines. So again, it was one subgroup that didn't follow the trend line. This aggregate data is pretty good when we look at what the questions asked and then what the preference of folks were. I need to remind you again as we go through or look at this data, this was not tell us exactly how you want the schedule to be. This was us trying to gauge preferences off of the box that we're working in, the puzzle that we have to solve. The tension is in the number of periods per day and the grading period. To go to a 6-period day and a semester-based grading period, again, we would eliminate a number of student choice and we would have to drastically change graduation requirements. But the preference of folks was, hey, we want longer periods, as Chair Taylor's talked about, but we would like them on a semester or a quarter base. The trimester is not a popular option. That argument, I think, is a challenge because here's why. When we hear the word trimester, we think of something that has to be divided into 3 and I'm getting less. And the reality is we're not. We actually could, with the situation we have on a 5-day work week, get to 62 hours per class under a trimester 6-period day. Right now on our block schedule, in a semester base, we have 57 hours per instructional class. Need to let that sink in. I can tell Trustee Benz has a question. Now, both of them are impacted by shuttle times. I don't want to, that's just the aggregate number of hours. When we look at shuttle times, we're looking at about 14 hours of shuttling over a semester is what it takes a kid to shuttle back and forth. If we look at a 20-minute period of, I leave this class 10 minutes early, I get to that class 10 minutes late. If I don't bundle, I leave that class 10 minutes early, I get back to my next class 10 minutes late. So 20 minutes per shuttle time, and so that's what comes up with that number. If you bundle, meaning that you have kids take more than one class at another campus, you can minimize where that happens. It's not that same class that they're entering and leaving in, so you do save some instructional time if you do it that way.
Trustee Benz, do you still have a question?
I do. I can save it though for the question period, but
Okay.
it is along the lines of, there's trimesters and there's trimesters.
Correct.
So I'll
Yep.
save it.
Yep, I agree. So,
Okay.
Tyler, last slide here. Just to be clear, I'm going to read the exact recommendations that we gave to Dr. Russell, and then we can look at the data for any other questions that the board may have. But again, this is an informational conversation. Then I would open myself up to any questions you have. You don't have the last. You don't. No, you don't. I just that slide. The recommendations were this, and I provided this to, as we referenced, this was a document that went to Dr. Russell on Friday, the 12th. Recommendation A was a semester-based 7-period content instructional day with approximately 50 to 55 minutes per period, a shorter period of mentoring/intervention within the weekly schedule, and an earlier release Wednesday schedule for teacher collaboration. This was the committee's consensus conversation, that it was the 7-period day. Again, I would remind you, the challenges we have in putting in student requests, changing to something other than a semester-based to do the scheduling mechanism that we start here real shortly, those are the challenges that a 6-period, 3-grading period or trimester would pose. So recommendation A was that. Recommendation B was a trimester-based 6-period content instructional day with 60 to 65 minutes per period, a short period of mentoring intervention within the weekly schedule, and an early release schedule on Wednesday for collaboration. Same thing, just those 2 switches. The last, Tyler, will you go back to the chart that's up there? The last recommendation was basically either of those 2 options with the addition of a 0 period. However, in the recommendation that we provided to Dr. Russell, I eliminated a 6 period with a 0, and here's why. If a 6 period is chosen, we already have 72 options. There's no reason to necessarily get to 78.
Sure.
That was the conversation. So the 0 period would be option C. So we have 3 options for the superintendent to deliberate on.
Just really quick, just for reference, Dr. Russell, are you okay if we share those recommendations in the packet or with trustees via email, just so that we have them and can reference them more easily?
I was just sending that email to.
Appreciate it. I wondered if that's what you were doing, so I was preemptively asking. So, Clerk Lamont, if you'll just CC me in on that email, and then Dr. Russell will get that to the board. That was all I needed to say, Mr. Yarbach. Please continue.
So the other thing that came up from the data, which we do need to discuss, and it's a reason the recommendations were the way they were. Also, I need to preface that the recommendations were not with a switch of start times for elementary and secondary. The reason that they weren't, if you look at the data, and if you look on page 3, I believe, of the aggregate, I apologize, actually, it's page 4.
Oh, I get where you're going.
Yep. There is a question that says, and I'll read it verbatim, a movement both locally and nationally is to a 4-day student contact week. For example, some neighboring school districts have moved to this model in recent years. Would you support the district further exploring this option? The aggregate number was 72% said yes, you need to consider looking at this further. 17% no, and 10% had no preference.
And this was out of the 28,
That's-
24 answers.
That's the
I know
aggregate
I was
number.
shocked because I got stopped at the late start and I wanted to be like, I've been talking about this for 2 years, everybody wants late start. And then I looked at the 4-day week.
Correct.
So, sorry, keep going.
Again, on the switch of start times, the conversation was much closer. It really, there still is a
Yeah.
preference for that, but I believe the number is 50, oh, well,
Yeah,
I have the
saw.
number in front of us.
Not nearly as high as the 4.
39% and, give me just a second here, I apologize.
1%.
Yeah. 51 and 39 with a
Yeah.
10% no preference.
Yeah, but the same amount answered.
Correct.
Sorry, Trustee Benz, I saw that you had a question.
Yeah, so just a quick clarification. Did this survey go out to all parents or just parents of secondary students?
All students was the database it was pulled from, with whatever the email was within PowerSchool. Very similar to our school closure. It was the same database of parents, whatever had been updated.
Okay, because I don't know, maybe I'm not, maybe you guys don't have my contact, because I don't remember seeing this
Yep.
as a parent.
Yep.
And I just was really, I would be really curious to see, and I don't know if you have the ability to break it down to see which parents for elementary versus secondary.
We don't with the way the survey was sent out. However, it's a great question, Trustee Benz. I think our conversation here and the way we actually worded it, we don't anticipate that the 4-day student contact week conversation is done or that this is a 100% we want you to do this. The way we framed the question was, would you like us to consider looking at this deeper? And that's going to be a conversation we would like to bring back to the board of what is the appetite to look at that, and we can come up with what that might look like for the Nampa School District from the perspective of teacher contract days, length of day, schedule, all of those pieces. And that's why the recommendations are the way they were to the superintendent. We believe that on a 4-day student contact week, if the board eventually chooses to go that way, either the 7-period semester or the 6-period trimester could work within those. That's why we recommended them the way they did, because we need to work on the process of getting students scheduled into classes before the 4-day student contact week will be decided. However, again, the appetite for our community said, hey, we need to consider this and look at it. Did they say, yes, we want it? That's not the answer that I take from that. It is that they are interested in that, so.
Any other questions? I've got some. Trustee Sue?
Is there a savings for a 4-day week?
Great question, Trustee Sue. And the answer is, if any, very minimal. So I want to be really clear that the 4-day work week is not about saving financially. That's the schedule change that will do that. What the 4-day work week will provide, at least from the perspective of hiring and retaining people, is that's one more pro for being in the district. It allows that piece of, hey, we have this bargaining chip. Right now in our valley, Middleton, Melba, Homedale, there are other districts that are removed to 4-day work weeks, and they have the ability to recruit. The retaining piece, when you look at the data long term, isn't really significant. But when you recruit and get people in, it is definitely a bargaining chip.
Well, it could certainly be, I'm sorry, Chair Taylor.
No, go ahead.
It certainly could be savings there too, because the money that is spent recruiting,
Correct.
and the money that is spent training, and the money that is spent retaining,
Yes,
definitely could be a savings with a 4-day week too.
for sure.
Trustee Benz.
Sorry, Chair.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I took notes so I can remember my Trustee
Okay,
Benz.
so I have a question about, kind of a meta question.
Yep.
Are we in the questions section yet, or is there something else? Because I want to make sure I have all my questions at one time.
I'm open for questions. The last slide I have was to let you know what the recommendations to Superintendent Russell were, and then to discuss briefly this data, make sure you had it,
Okay.
and then I'm open to any questions you would have around those. I did need to preface the 4-day work week, preface the why we didn't mention, or why we didn't recommend switching the start times, and then any question you'd have from there, I'm more than ready to answer those.
Okay, because, so you're done with the data. Okay, excellent. Okay, so here are questions in terms of the, well, I'll start with the, I guess, seems like the lowest hanging fruit. The trimester cutoff. If we go to trimesters, what would that do for, I know that for a while there was a big push to do alignment for spring break because of athletics valley-wide. what would that look like? Would it necessitate an earlier start in order to be, where would the cutoffs for the grading periods be? Because really having a gaping hole in the middle of the second trimester for all the holidays seems like a bad idea.
Yep.
Just from the
Nope.
teacher perspective, so.
Chair Taylor, Trustee Binns, definitely a question. However, multiple schools who do a trimester, the second trimester does have a gap. What you do see is basically beginning of August, whenever school starts, mid-August, late August, through approximately the end of October, maybe a week into November, then basically November to the end of February, and then about March 1 to the end of the year. Under the model, right now we have 171 student contact days. The trimesters would become 57-day grading periods under the 7-period day model. Excuse me, the 5-period workday model. I apologize, lots of numbers.
So we wouldn't be like shifting so that we would start earlier and get 2 trimesters, or shift later so we'd get 2 trimesters after break, or no?
That would be a conversation for us to take to the community. I think as much cheese as we're moving, switching just the high school schedule, that one might be really challenging. However, it is a conversation, and I think you bring up a really good point. One of our challenges is we're built on an agrarian calendar, and in 2024, it doesn't really work that way. Like, we don't have, even though our migrants, we heard, that's an important factor, and we definitely want to honor and support those families. That's not the bulk of our families and how that works. So we're not really on that. In fact, their agrarian things happen in the spring and fall many times. It's not just the summer scenario, but that's a reality of school schedules, as you well know. So.
Okay, so that was the trimester. And then I already asked about the parents of the elementary in terms of the, that schedule, the 4-day schedule. But then I have some other questions about numbers in theory versus numbers in practice in terms of seat time.
Yep.
So, having been in the classroom for a minute, there's always time lost. Even the best teachers who have, everything is right on the rails, you lose time at the beginning and end of the class period.
Yep.
It's inevitable. And so if we have, what has that already been factored into this? If we go to, say, a 7-period with 50 to 55 minutes, how much practical time would that look like? And then what would that do? I guess I'll just put them all out together at the same time. What would that do to course loads and numbers of preps for teachers? What would that look like? Would we be adding more sections of the same course, or would we expect teachers to have multiple preps? And then you already talked about the 0 hour, so thank you about that. Would you be looking at, in order to reduce FTE, I know that for a while, at least in Caldwell where I was teaching, I had a stipend for doing a 0 hour because they needed more time in the day, so I was doing 0 hour all the way through to the end of the day. So basically an extra class. Is that something that's been considered if we do go to the 0 hour, because it's easier to pay one teacher one extra class period than have a whole other body in there? So.
Yep. Those are great questions. I'm sure I missed a couple.
Okay,
sorry, Chair Taylor, Trustee Binns. What I can speak to is the multiple prep question. We will definitely have that of some sort. In the current AV block schedule, we typically have for our core teachers, the general rule of thumb is for them to try and have approximately 2 preps, teaching 6 of 8. If you go to 6 of 7, again, that would be our hope, but student course requests will help dictate that from electives. But on the core side, you're probably looking at approximately the same 4 to 5 periods of that one core class. What would happen in the trimester when you talk about theory and practice, you only have to have 2 sections or 2 grading periods of a class to have that class. So you would open up that option for kid A says, I'm going to take English first trimester, second trimester, and third trimester I'm taking elective. Kid B says, I'm going to take first trimester, second trimester, and second trimester, third trimester, right? That is going to cause some strain on teachers. However, with teaching 5 of 6 and theoretically lowering class size because we have more teachers teaching and less prep happening, you actually would see probably a decrease in class size and actually a decrease of overall student load from 180 to 200 for a semester down to approximately 150 of those. Now, the prep conversation gets really tricky and is based off of what student numbers are. The other advantage to a trimester 6 is I can actually schedule intervention within my schedule now.
Right.
And one thing with intervention, this needs to be stated in public, elementary intervention is really focused on skill and things that kids are missing in their learning. The reality of high school intervention is much more on a credit recovery model and making sure they have the requisite credits to graduate.
100%.
One schedule affords a little bit more opportunity to do that than some of the others in our models. Cost to that, though. There are trade-offs.
So just for clarification.
Yep.
If we went to the 6th period, trimester model, the overall student load number would decrease, but what about that 7-period semester model? What would that do to overall load, student load for teachers? And
So-
just practical.
It's a great question. It actually should theoretically decrease it as well from this model. Right now, we're in a semester based system, and teachers teach 6 of 8. They will go to teaching 6 of 7. But what happens in that other prep, there's a lot more people available, so you don't have those 2 preps. I can't give the exact numbers, but I could run some projections on that if you would like. I do believe that you would actually see a slight decrease in class size because you have more teachers teaching at any point in time. The class load would be closer to that 180, 200 for folks within whatever frame that is. And I'm using an average class size in my head of 30 kids, 6 periods teaching, about 180. There are some classes that have 45 kids. There are some that have 15. We know that in a high school schedule, that's just looking at big numbers and the idea of how that would balance out.
Okay.
Did that answer all your questions?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Good question.
Yeah, really good questions. Trustees, anybody else? I've got some questions and a comment. Okay. So in the beginning, I just want to clarify because I know we said that the survey went out to students and the students were the clarification of 6 to 11, correct?
Correct.
But all parents did receive the survey, so it was
Correct.
just the students that we chose were grades 6 to 11.
Correct.
Okay, got it. I just
Yep.
clarification because it was said and I wanted to make sure.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of the 6. Love the idea of adding more time into the classes. So I'm understanding correctly what we would do for those CT classes is we would block. So then they would be in that class for like a 2-period time. I guess what my question is what are we going to do about science classes with extensive labs? What are we going to do about the classes that actually demand more time? So I want to be walked through that, please.
Yep.
And then my other comment would be, I definitely think it is important, especially after talking to patrons in my district. I really do think that homeschool connection is still going to be essentially important. So if we're going to be busing that we're taking daily routes, right? So I just saw we have seven,
Right.
like basically I feel like we're a shuttle. you get on and off now that I see it physically, but right, that's what we're doing. It's that service. So they're on and off, they're on and off. How are we going to ensure that they're not missing things like assemblies, that they're not missing things like important announcements? So that would be my other question.
Yep. So let me start with the last
And
one
I
first,
wouldn't
Chair
want to miss
Taylor.
the Nampa High
Yep.
Assembly if I was in school, that's why. I still love them.
We-
Still love them.
We operate around those right now. When kids
Got it.
shuttle, we got assemblies that it's second period Nampa has an assembly, but I'm at Skyview for Health Talks. I can come back and do my assembly. We work through those things because assemblies aren't that often, right? So those are the one-offs that I would say, while that is a challenge, we can work that through. We definitely have new methods of communication that we're getting better at with Parent Square and getting that out. We want to increase students accessing there. We do have announcements that are read. We have other ways that they're put out within mentoring classes. So all of those things that we have currently would be carried forward.
Okay.
So I can't tell you that it would be better or worse. I can just tell you those things would still be
That they're
issues
on
that we
your
have.
radar.
Correct.
Yeah, and not that I didn't think that they would. I just think that, again, I would be doing the patrons of my district that discuss this with me a disservice if we didn't have that conversation.
It's a great question. And then the next piece was how would it look like for classes that need more time, those scenarios. One of the things that happens within an 82-minute period right now, it feels like, yes, I can set up for that lab and I can tear down for that lab. The difference on a daily schedule, and this would be in a 7 or a 6, I may not complete the lab, but I'm going to do the lab tomorrow because all of my classes are doing the same lab. So there is that piece. Now, some of my science friends are probably going to want to kill me for that because they're like, I just need this. We get that. If the district were to move to a 4-day student contact week, Under a 6-period trimester schedule, you're at 75-minute periods. We're at 82-minute periods right now.
So we're that close.
And you would see kids every day under that
That too,
model,
with that
as
much more
opposed to
time.
every other day in the current schedule.
And then my assumption would be as well is that we could set up coursework and then lab next day, coursework and then lab next day. Okay,
Yep.
my last question, I'm a fan of the 6 all day long, just so everybody is aware in case I was having to vote. I would be voting for the 6 period longer extensions. But I don't, so I'm just throwing out my 2 cents. But my last question becomes, at what point are we going to explore the 4-day versus the late start?
Yep.
Because I appreciate the data, I really do. And I appreciate, I mean, I remember Betsy one time when I was watching a meeting was like, I love when the community is in sync. I had no idea how much I would love that until I became a trustee. And when I see data like this, I'm like, ooh, right? It's exciting. So I do love that that was a huge conversation. So is our plan then to accelerate that conversation, since then what would happen maybe in the interim is that we would create a late start or we would flip that schedule?
Trustee Taylor, I think the conversation would be the recommendation for what the schedule would be is something that Dr. Russell would need to decide, because we need to schedule kids in classes.
Yeah.
We can do that, and then the 5 or 4 day conversation, we can adjust that in the near future, but before the end of the school year. Dr. Russell, correct me if I'm wrong, I think our intention would be to bring some more information to you in February if the board wants,
Yeah.
so that we could look at, hey,
Yeah.
what does this look like? What are the cost factors? What are the savings, if any, factors?
Yeah.
What are the challenges that are there? And so it would accelerate it.
I think that that would be direction, and any of my fellow trustees could correct me if I'm wrong,
Sure,
but we would
Taylor.
still love to see more data around
Yeah.
that particular thing.
Well, and that's exactly what the question asks.
Yeah.
Do you want us to consider this?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the
Yeah.
majority, I think, of those responding said, yeah,
Yeah.
look into it.
Look into it. So yeah, I think that that's an easy, that's why I said I don't think that there's gonna be issues saying, when we see something like that, we would want, more information.
I do want to express one more time, so it's on the record, one more time clearly. The 4-day work week is not about the financial savings. And folks who just hear part of that will say, well, you said it was going to save money. The 4-day work week,
It's not about that.
even if it does save us, it's marginal. We're not banking on that. The savings comes from redoing the schedule so that FTE is more correctly allocated to students, giving them the best opportunity we can while being fiscally responsible.
Yeah.
That's the conversation.
Yeah. Trustee
Yeah,
Kirkland.
Chair Taylor, just on student achievement, I did my own research when I asked my 15-year-old what he would prefer, staying on the block schedule or going to a daily. He actually, and I was surprised, he wanted longer classes because it provided, and I said, why? He says it provided him an opportunity to get work done with help that might be needed during that time with the 82 minutes rather than coming home and bringing it home and have homework. So the question is what does that look like for student achievement, if you will, or what does that look like for the, what does the data show us? What does the research show us?
So, Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the data says this about schedules and academic achievement. It's really not an impact.
Okay.
It's about a 0.09 from John Hattie. John Hattie's research,
Negligible then.
it's negligible. Now, what is very important is the quality of teacher in front of students.
100%.
One of the things we know we want to continue doing is increase the pedagogical skill of our staff. Even though they're great, they can be greater. And we want them to understand that one of the major ways to get better is through collaboration with others. Some schedules do provide greater opportunities for collaboration than others. That's another part of the 4-day student contact conversation, which we could flesh out is, notice I'm not saying a 4-day work week, I'm saying a 4-day student contact week.
With the 5th day.
There would be
Yeah,
days
still
that
5 days.
teachers would work. There might be days they don't in the month. For example, Middleton has 1 day a month that they have staff in without students, and the other 3 they're off. I don't think we would get to there. That would be an item if the board says, hey, we need to do this. We would have to negotiate and go through because it's a workday conversation. But there are options that could allow for good collaboration, timely responses to student data, what that looks like on a 4-day scenario. That's in a 7 or a 6.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding would also be, couldn't a teacher then build their schedule in such a way on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we do instruction, on Thursday, this is an open period where I mentor my entire class, right?
Yep.
Because if they're already having that time with the student in other scenarios that we've seen, it's realistically, they're getting this, they're actually getting more seat time,
Okay.
right?
It's more time in a smaller time frame
Yeah.
when the aggregate,
Spread out.
the longer
Spread out.
class period, but every other day
Right.
really isn't the same as having 60 minutes or even 50 minutes every day. There's a difference there. Now, what it will require our staff to do is to instruct differently than they have been conditioned to teach. That is something that either of these models, one of our challenges will be professional development support for our staff that's been used to teaching 82 minutes. How does that look on a 50-minute period? How does that look on a 60-minute period?
Have we started to build what that will look like and how we will mentor through that?
We definitely have started to have thoughts about what it looks like. Once the schedule is decided, we'll build out a
Got
PD
it.
plan for how we'll support that. Not all teachers are on teaching the block. There's been teachers who have taught on a straight 7, a tri-6, all over. But we do have to come back to some instructional practices that really support student achievement. One of those is balancing the dialogue of what we would call monologue to dialogue. Are students talking? Are they engaged? Or am I telling them what to learn for 55 minutes? That's not positive. It doesn't achieve the academic perspective that we would want. So those are things we continue to have conversations. One of the challenges is with an 82-minute period, I might lecture for 45 minutes. You lost him at about minute 14.
Right.
So-
Yeah, I mean, even sitcoms are built that way, 20-minute attention spans since like the beginning of time, that's why.
And I went way over, I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're so good. Sorry, trustees, are there other questions for Mr. Yoruba? And then keep in mind that I also have, we've already requested that we will get those recommendations in writing so that we're all on the same page and we can read them, or there are other requests. Trustee Jennings.
What is our middle school currently on?
Our middle school is on a 7-period day with some mentoring within that, so they have 7 or 8 periods. This is a great question, Trustee Jennings. This change of schedule is for our 3 comprehensive high schools. Even if we went to a trimester model and the middle schools changed grading periods, this is not intended to say middle schools, you need to change your daily schedule. They can do other things to keep consistency and continuity for what kids are receiving in the middle school. The one thing that would happen, right now they actually switch some intervention every quarter. That's where some of the quarter conversation comes from. If we went to trimesters, that would only be 3 times rather than 4 times a year, unless we got creative and went every 6 weeks for changing that. I don't want to throw my middle school leaders under the bus. That would be some conversation and what their staff needs to help support students. We really need to do that if that's the where we get to as far as a recommendation.
Okay, but those middle schoolers would start on the same schedule as the high schoolers if a bell schedule was changed.
You mean the same start time?
Yes.
Yes, and they currently are. Our middle schools currently are on the same time as the high schools.
Right.
Trustee Benz.
Sorry, one last question about 0 hour, and just, actually, it's 2 questions about 0 hour. If we did look at the 7-period or the 6-period plus the 0 hour, what opportunities would that accord some students extra opportunities for, say, early completion or doing a full year of just college credits while they're in high school? So that's one end, the acceleration, and then the other one, if we have, so I know that at times it's possible, especially if we have that extra 0 hour, would that be an opportunity to add additional interventions for students who might need that extended day? And if we did that, obviously, they would not be able to necessarily make it on their own to that 0 hour.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
It does. Chair Taylor, Trustee Binns, yeah, those questions. I think the 0 hour could provide a lot of flexibility. I think the challenge is the timing of the day and getting students who need intervention there. Remember when I told you the one thing that students were not on the trend line was we do not want to go outside the school day. So, and what that speaks to is even our kids who were really motivated and responded to the survey, over 1,000 of them. We still have about 3,000 students in those grade bands that didn't respond, and a lot of those students are probably the students that we would need to spend some extra intervention with. 0 period, probably not best to do that. The educational research would say intervention outside the school day is really hit or miss. So I think that's a piece of there. I missed another part of your question. I apologize.
So if you have the motivated students who go in and they get the extra credits and they meet all the graduation requirements on their junior year, for example,
Yep.
would that afford that extra opportunity so that they could just do dual credits at CWI rather than coming to whatever normal classes they would do?
We have a number of students who do graduate early and have variations of that plan. I can't give you the exact specifics, but yes, that would be open. I would argue that we don't need the zero period to do that. We have that for those highly motivated students anyway. Using their fast forward funds, they can access for AP and dual credit on our campus and or dual credit or other university courses off our campus. So,
Thank you.
yep.
Two more questions. In a 4-day work week, would we be extending the day of the teacher by how many hours?
An hour.
An hour a day. So there would be
8 to 9. You go from 8 hours to 9 hours under one model. I want to be clear that would have to be something to be negotiated, but that's a logical step. When you look at 4-day weeks, that's about the time frame for teachers.
yeah, like a 410s, but,
Yep.
but not. And then, and I know I asked this, but now I'm just getting tired. So I just want to clarify, our goal is to gather more data. We have not finished the late start versus 4-day conversation.
Correct.
I'm going to be hearing more about that come February.
Regardless of what the schedule chosen is, we could adjust that before the end
Got
of the
it.
school year and still communicate that to our stakeholders.
Kate, trustee
One
Kirkland?
final quick question. Trustee Sue, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no, please.
What's the time frame on this for as far as decisions or when this needs to be in place?
We gave the recommendation to Dr. Russell last Friday. I anticipate, and he can speak this sometime this week, he'll make a decision. I know he wants to consult a few other folks, trusted folks in the district, and just see it some more perspective. But we anticipate a decision within this week, and then that would set up how we build the course request, all of that apparatus. We would work that through, and then bring back the 4-day conversation and the switching start times throughout the next few months to the board.
So what has been proposed to the superintendent, that doesn't require any board action on our part?
No.
That is our position, correct. That would be an administrative decision that Dr. Russell needs to make.
So any changes in the schedule, the high school schedule, would be on Dr. Russell?
Correct.
Oh, that's good, I like that.
Did you hear me advocate? I don't have to make this decision, but please hear. Trustee Sue, we'll let you ask our final question. and
That
then
was
we'll move
that
on.
was exactly the question, was the urgency.
I'm sorry.
Oh, look
That's
at
exactly what I
this.
have, yeah.
All right, trustees, if we have no more questions for Mr. Yaroba, which we really
Holy cow.
appreciate
A lot of-
your information, we will go ahead and move on to the ABM and Brown.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, Dr. Russell.
Chair Taylor, trustees, before you is some more information, just to give you an update around some contracts. Mr. Stoffer is going to share around our custodial contract and our busing contract.
Trustee Taylor, Board of Trustees, these are our two major contracts that we have, and historically, just a little bit of background, they have been done on 5-year terms, which is fairly normal for these types of contracts. The last time that we'd had Brown Bus was in 2019, so it's coming up on its 5-year anniversary. ABM, as we acknowledged last year, their time was up, but we did an addendum considering.
Is it ABM or AMB?
Sorry, ABM.
It's-
ABM.
So it's wrong in my packet.
Yep, it's ABM.
Okay, that's fine. I just.
ABM, we did an amendment for a year. In both of their contracts, we have the opportunity to renew for another 5 years. That is actually written into their current contracts. We have been exploring with all the mitigation factors of trying to maintain and look for opportunities for the district to maintain budgets or reduce budgets in any way that we possibly can. So we have sat down with both of the art groups and visited with them about what potentially next year would look like for both of these groups. With Brown Bus, and we have validated this with other superintendents throughout the valley, we are seeing bus contracts that are going out currently receiving a 25 to 30% increase of their services of what they're currently paying.
What did we approve as an increase when we approved it off contract for them?
Correct. They have written in their contract a CIP-based model. So the Brown Bus is a CIP, ABM is a 3%. That's what is in their current contract, is a 3% increase per year.
But didn't we approve an increase off contract?
No, it was
Because
for.
we have to approve an increase based on wage because they couldn't find drivers. Am I
Yeah,
making this up?
no, there was some extra
So-
money there that we did approve for them to pay their
Were you with
Staff.
us yet?
I was not at that point in time.
Okay, so I'll
So
request
under the
that.
last
It's
year and a
okay.
half, we've been operating under
That's
the
right.
same
Maybe you weren't.
constraints.
Okay, we'll request it.
Yep.
Got it.
So the current component is they're still faced with the same issue. Both Brown Bus and ABM are still in the position of trying to catch up with their wages, and that's their number one baseline. We also know that gas pricing has done this up and down mark, and it's still much higher than when we were a year and a half ago, a year ago at this current time for for Brown Bus. So we have a couple of options. The board has options. The board has the option that we can look at renewing and trying to mitigate some of the costs. We know that it will be a cheaper route by renewing with some amendments. It'll be cheaper than potentially going out for, and I say this potentially, because of what we have learned from other districts going out to contract and seeing the 25 to 30% increase. West Data just did it, and we also know Caldwell has also put out for theirs, and they have seen 25 to 30% increases over their current contracts, which has scared them. For us, that's a $2.5 to $3 million decision. Again, we have not scheduled for an additional $2.5 to $3 million in our budget to make that increase. ABM is in a similar position. They would be looking for an increase. We know that custodial services have also seen a rise in their average wages, whereas before they were a little bit lower on the totem pole. You're starting to see those average wages creep up to the $15 to $16 an hour around the valley, and that's the starting wages. So that is being a service provider, that's their biggest expense. And so we are in this interesting situation where we're looking at either looking at our current contract and potentially renewing it and or going with the current contract. 2, putting them out for bid and seeing what's the lowest bid that we get. And then 3, we have another option where we could look at trying to do an amendments to keep our prices at the same with our current providers and renegotiating addendums that would keep us inside our current budget. It's been my goal, and what I have been working off of is trying to keep things in the same budget. So we have been doing cursory conversations, which means some of our services would have to change. We would have to reduce some of our current services in order to keep within our current budget. So the information that we wanted to provide you is really what options are in front of you as a board, and receive some input of which direction you would like us or like me to start moving down a little bit more to give you the correct information. We are nervous about the potential increase in costs that are in the millions of dollars for both of these contracts because they are very substantial contracts.
Chair Taylor?
Trustee Sue. Hold on one second.
Sure.
Mr. Stuffer, were you done?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Trustee Sue.
So if we renew the contract for 5 years, we're not continuing on at 3%. They would have to right-size it to their current financial position.
Correct.
So what is the disadvantage of us going to bid if ever we're going to see the 23% increase anyways?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Sue, what we've heard from both companies is if we go out for bid, they will actually there will be a higher increase when we go out to bid for that 25 to 30%. If we do it underneath current contract and maybe look at scaling back, we could see anywhere from 10 to 15.
Okay.
So there could be a savings of 10 to 15% from what going out to bid would look like.
When do the contracts expire?
This year,
This year, what date? Like what?
June.
June of this
June
year.
31st of 2023.
Clerk
2024,
Lamont,
excuse me.
and maybe you'll have to get with the
I've
treasurer.
I've already
A
found
request.
2 of them, so I'll be sending them to you.
Can you send those to the entire
Yeah,
board so
and
that
I'll-
everybody's privy to that? And can you also get me the date of that meeting?
I am already including that.
Thank you. Perfect. And will you include Dr. Russell on that?
And Mr. Stoffer.
Thank you. Look at that. I think that's all I need at this time.
Chair Taylor, Courtney, who does the contract negotiations with these folks?
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, I do.
Okay.
Or at least historically my position has done that. Let me put it that way.
That sounds like a better answer.
Yeah.
The contracts that are just to follow up on Trustee Sue's question, so if we did another 5-year contract, that 25% would start on year 1? Or would there be an ability to and I don't want to get into contract negotiations
Sure.
in an open public meeting.
Correct.
It's not the place for it. but-
Trustee Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, the idea is if we renewed, it would be more in the realm of 10% versus the 25% that we'd see year to year.
Incrementally.
Yep. We would see, both companies have talked about the idea of already having contracts and being able to negotiate those prices at a lower rate versus having to go carte blanche against an open market.
Brown Bus Company, do they contract with other school districts?
Yes, they do.
Neighboring school districts?
Mm-hmm. And Trustee Taylor and Trustee Kirkman, we have met with the CEO of Brown Bus as well as part of this, just having discussions. Dr. Russell and I spent some time with them. Initially, when we weren't prepared for those numbers when he brought them to us, and so we did some fact finding, and we actually met with the superintendents probably about a month ago at this point in time, Dr. Russell, I think it was about a month ago. And they collaborated. Many superintendents were expressing their concern about the cost increase that we were facing collectively as an educational unit. So we found the numbers that they were sharing very much in line with what we were hearing from the representatives we work with.
So, Mr. Stuffer, before we do this, because it definitely can be a touchy subject, because it's quite a staunch increase and negotiations can be difficult. Really, what more direction do you need from us than what you're already doing? Because what I hear you saying is that you're gathering all the data we could need and you're bringing it here to a public meeting so we're prepared for it. I think that we probably need some time to just digest that big of a price increase before we give you any type of information or direction, because I really don't hear that you're needing much from us. I think that you're bringing to us what you're finding. You just need to know which way we want to go, because ultimately it's our choice. I want to be clear, because how you ended was you want some type of input. There's no action here.
Correct.
And I hear personally that you're gathering information at this point in time. So I guess my next question would be, are you asking for us to tell you, like, would you like a list from each of us of what more you want to know? This is such a big conversation. Would you like to meet with us individually? I'm trying to get at what you're needing from us today.
Trustee Taylor, I think to answer your question, it's more of all the above. How would you like for me to help disseminate the information that I'm acquiring to you, receive the input so that I can get the guidance to move in an appropriate fashion? We do have some timelines here, which we always do.
We always do, but it's January and the timeline is June.
It is. However, if we did for an RFP, if we had to do an RFP, I need to put the RFP out in March.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, January, June. Go ahead, Trustee Kirkman.
What other companies in the valley provide bus services?
Hey, Trustee
I always
Taylor,
wondered
Trustee
that.
Kirkman,
I mean,
great
seems
question.
like a pretty niche
It
one.
is a
there
small
more than
group.
Brown? Yeah.
There's a
It's
smaller
Brown.
group. There is a small group of bus companies that are out there. The challenge that we are faced with is West Data just took one, which took one of the candidates, and they would be hard pressed to be adding another district of our size. So it
What's
kind
the
of takes one.
candidate's name?
Cascade Bus.
Okay.
So but it does also open up other opportunities for other bus companies. But there are not a ton of bus companies. We would get interest. We did this 5 years ago and with Mr. Dewey, and I believe that we had a lot of interest, but only 2 submitted.
Yeah, so back 5 years ago when Peter and I worked on this, we did only have 2. West State is actually going with Durham. They were with Cascade.
That's correct.
Cascade came and sat in, and because they started with West Data at the same time, they're like, we can't pull on Nampa as well. So they basically are going to do the same thing that Durham would do, is what he's saying. And First Student is the other one. That's a national one, huge. Durham is a national company as well, huge. Brown Bus is a local vendor owned by somebody in another state. So, but it's not national.
So, trustees, what information do you guys want from Mr. Stoffer?
Chair Taylor, so an RFI, a request for information, is different than an RFP. It's different than an RFQ. So is it possible to do, I guess I want a little bit more information from possible vendors and what interest there might be from other vendors like Cascade or Durham or whatever. I mean, maybe there is no interest. And maybe you've already crossed that bridge too, and you've sat down and just informally reached out to them.
Yeah, Trustee Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we have done some of that as well. It's just exploratory. We have been reaching out to others. We do see more, and I would qualify the word interest as, yes, we're interested, but to be able to put pen to paper, we have not gone to that process, obviously. We do not want to invalidate any of the bidding components of it. So there are some things that we would need to do in order to explore further down those roads. What we are finding is for the custodial services, that pocket is much smaller. Who can handle our size and density of employees? It is a much smaller in interest level of our size.
And we've also gone, sorry, Trustee Kirkman?
That was just a quick follow-up. So the $2 to $3 million hit that might be coming down, or it looks like it is coming one way or another. Is there any room, if fuel prices were to change in the next year, is there room, I mean, is there?
Will they credit us?
Yeah.
Well, I think
Where's the credit?
So Trustee Taylor, Trustee Sue, Trustee Kirkman, the problem is as we've talked about, that
So volatile.
our prices are always flexing because of the gas, but we do it based off of a period, a time frame.
Yeah,
So it always is a little bit behind when things shift. So when prices go down, it will shift down. When it goes up, it takes a little bit before it shifts up. So there is shifting that takes place on that venue. The bigger piece really is not necessarily the gas. The gas does have a component to it. The bigger piece is affording the people the service that provide the product. Because we're talking about two service industries, much like education, your biggest expense is people. And the biggest expense is keeping those people. And I think that's the challenge when we're dealing with two service industries, is the majority of what they're passing on to us is actually going to their people. So there are a few things at which we did, in all fairness, and thanks to Brown Bus, remember that they helped reduce they helped restructure their current contract by $200,000 this year to get us into our budget. And we did some of those things that were mechanical, that were dealing with fleet. We made those recommendations. They were able to do that, and they helped us through that process.
We also gave them more money.
Well, I
so
was
they
just
could
gonna
get
say, so
staff.
really quick here, because I think I've learned the value of making sure we're having constructive conversations in this realm. And I hear you saying that you feel like Brown Bus is a good partner. What I do want to say is, I know for a fact that we gave them more money. First of all, in COVID, we bonused their drivers, right? So like, I know we've also been a good partner to them as well. We have partnered very well with them. And I know, and I can't remember what it is, but we gave them an increase based on cost of fuel. And I know we gave them a wage increase. I just can't remember what it was. So that's why I don't want to mistake. And I want this board to have that information.
Yes.
So I want to be cautious there. I want to know who owns Brown Bus. I want to know who Brown Bus currently serves. I'm telling you what I would like.
Sure.
Because I don't know that we're getting to the same consensus here. And then I would like to get a list. This is all email. Just so you know, you can just email me. The busing companies that you believe, and not because I'm saying we're going out to bid. I'm not saying either way. This is not a decision or
Just
an
who's
action
out there.
conversation. I want to know who's out there that could handle our capacity. From a janitorial standpoint, have we considered, we know that this is still a cost of savings rather than bringing back our own janitorial service. So we're convinced that right now outsourcing is still our best way to do it because of our cost for a janitorial employee still. Okay,
Yeah.
so even with the increase, and I'm sorry, you said, have you already walked through this increase with them?
With
ABM,
yes.
okay, and what was that increase?
So they're not as high as the Brown Bus
Okay.
one. They are looking somewhere between the 6 to 12%.
Okay, so they're at 6 to 12%, and then I don't remember us giving them any type of a bump. Randy,
We did.
did we give them, did we have to do something with them as well?
With ABM?
Yes,
Yeah,
We
we've
did.
worked with both of them because.
during
we
the
needed to.
post-pandemic.
Yep.
Okay, so I want
Yeah.
that historic data as well shared with this entire board. Clerk Lamont, can you help me make sure that this entire board gets those?
Yes.
Thank you. But I just want us to all be operating from the same data of what has happened since this last 5-year negotiation, because we haven't just been on a solid contract. And then, I'm good.
I think
Anybody here?
Trustee Sue.
Oh, Trustee Sue, sorry. I thought there was a question over
You're
here
fine.
too.
We're talking about two very separate contracts, right?
We
We're
are.
talking about a vehicle, a busing contract,
We
and a janitorial contract. We've talked about $2 to $3 million on the busing. What does that 6 to 12% on the ABM contract look like? What does that translate to in terms of real numbers?
So the numbers are roughly around $1 million. I'll put it somewhere around there. And again, there's some flexibility there, so it's not a definitive number yet, because we haven't exchanged definitive numbers, just percentages. The other thing that I would say is that both companies are also have been motivated to look at reduction saving costs if we so choose as well. So, which I referenced as far as changing some of our current service standards or what we currently have written in our contracts. If we were to change some of those, there are some cost saving factors for us as well in those. So it totally also depends on what we do now, what we put in an RFP. What scale we put into it. There's lots of different variables that can go into play. But saying as is, currently, as we currently have them and moving them forward, there are some significant increases.
Do you think that you could also share a list with us of the mitigations that you've already talked about to save that money? Because what I hear you saying is that you have a favor, not you, the district, your position, because I don't want to make this about one person. I just hear you saying that you value the relationship with both companies and you feel like the conversations that you have been beneficial in reducing those costs. And based on the due diligence you've already done, you don't know if we put either of those out to bid that we're going to save any money at all. As a matter of fact, you think we may spend more. Am I hearing you correctly?
Chair Taylor, I think that's a good synopsis. As our concern and the reason why we're here is because of potential increases that we may not be able to handle.
Right, but you're, again, and I just
Yep.
want to preface this just to make sure, because I don't want to take anything away from the relationship, is that they're having great conversations
Yes.
with you currently to do what
Currently,
they
that is
can and have to mitigate some of these costs leading up to now.
Chair Taylor, that is correct.
Okay.
Chair Taylor, trustees, just to clarify on that, originally hearing, so the purpose of this is to give you information.
Yep.
We heard this in December.
Yep.
Felt like the very next meeting you needed to hear it. The second is to get the questions that you may
Yep.
ask us to look at, so this is helpful too. The third thing though is when we heard those increases, even though we have partnerships with them and understand the dollar amount, and this goes back to all the things we're doing. We're working very hard, going through a lot of hard changes to kind of get us back into our budget, and yet now we're expecting these huge increases on it. My initial thought was, well, yes, you're good partners with us, but forget it, we're gonna go out to the open. Until we heard what the open market was like.
Yeah.
And then that brought us back to, oh, okay, we might need to reconsider going out to open market because we can't afford $2 to $3 million plus another $1 million. So that's the situation, as you said, kind of where we're at right now. Getting information, getting thoughts to that, and then trying to determine what is our next best step.
Well, and I don't think that, again, I don't think that this is unique to us. I think that we're seeing this everywhere. I own small businesses and we're going through the same thing, is how do we right size based on the inflation that we see and that we're currently continuing to see. You know, a gallon of milk is $25. So that might be an exaggeration. That might be an exaggeration, but it doesn't feel that way. I went to the Boise Co-op and couldn't figure out how people could afford to eat there. Like, I was like, oh, I thought I was gonna shop here, I'm not. So, anyway, point is, I hear what you're saying. I think we've given some good questions. Trustees, is there anything else that you want from Mr. Stoffer?
I've got one. Trustee Taylor, or Chair Taylor, apologies. When did they start, I guess it's gonna be kind of a multiple part. So we're obviously closing some schools down, which is going to limit the amount of routes that we're gonna need. Did you notice that they started to negotiate a little cost savings here and there once they had realized that was happening, because their overhead's not gonna be as expensive, or was those conversations happening prior to the board making the decision to close the schools down?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, we had conversations with our custodial services way in advance, and they've already identified some of those cost reductions that would take place in lieu of potential schools closing. So we had those conversations well in advance. As far as the transportation, it really isn't a cost savings because we're still transporting kids. We're not reducing the amount of kids that we're transporting. Their numbers really don't change quite a bit because they're still transporting kids. And in some cases, we might be transporting more kids because of the safe zone routes now are going to be expanded.
Sure.
if that makes sense. So the busing and the custodial contract have had two different impacts due to the school closures. One, the bus company doesn't get a ton of changes. There are changes and decreases that will be coming because of school closures.
But in some of the routes, there's potential that maybe you have a bus that has 8 kids on it at a given time, that they might now have
Yes.
15 or 20, which is going to save, you kind of combining two routes, if you will.
Absolutely.
It could potentially be a cost savings.
That's where major cost savings is. So as far as our mitigation factors, that's one of the things that we are in discussion with Brown Bus about, is how can we, once we have the new boundaries taken care of, and that's the other key piece for them to be able to know how much savings they can provide us. They need to know the boundaries and what those safe zones are, which is a whole nother step that we'll be coming back and talking to you about as well. So there, yes, those conversations have been ongoing. They were happening even prior to our discussions, front-loading them with what was going to be happening with the districts. They did open up conversations and have been working with us to reduce costs. So it hasn't been, oh, no, because you closed, oh, we better talk to you. They have been working with us, and I've been a year and a half in this position. They have been working with us on this for a year and a half. As long as I've been here, they've been willing to work with us and look at cost-saving opportunities.
Chair Taylor, one final question?
I have one final question. You want to be the last one?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So if we go to a 4-day week work, if we go to a 4-day student-facing week, obviously we're going to save on the transportation for the 5th day. Is that correct?
Chair Taylor, we believe there will be some savings. How much is still being dependent upon boundaries, timing. That 2-tier step that Mr. Yarborough referenced is going to be really critical, is staying within a 2-tier transportation system. If we go...
One more second. We're on a 3-tier, so
We're on a
the
3-tier.
mitigation I would assume would be that we're a 2-tier. And you are going to send us a list of all the mitigation that you've already discussed. Okay. Sorry, just making sure that I'm hearing you.
And it is a dynamic list. I forewarn you, it's a dynamic list.
I wrote this, but I want to make sure that I'm getting to that dynamic list. And I believe that it will be. I believe that you're a very intelligent man. But anyway, so keep going with that 5th day.
I hope that's recorded. I need to show that to my kids.
I'll message your wife.
Thank you very much. I trust her. It's the other 4.
Okay. Anyway, that 5th day, we're not sure what that would look like.
Not yet.
Okay.
They are working on potential, Brown Bus is working on some opportunities for us and what that may look like. So we are still working on that. It has been requested in their process of developing it. But again, there's some things that we need to get, parameters we need to give them. Part of them has to do with the boundaries. They're really in a tough spot until we know boundaries. In that, I can't, we will probably want to work with the board at some point in time in a work session to explain a little bit more about school boundaries and safe zones, where in the past that has been pretty cookie cutter. We're going to need to look at that very differently this upcoming year with what that means. And it does impact the amount of routes that the district requires of Brown Bus. So that safe zone will be a very fundamental conversation for this group.
As far as contracts, 5 years is traditionally what the contract. Was there any discussion, or because I would like to see a little bit more flexibility on our part? A 3-year contract with a couple-year extensions, options. I mean, is that something that's ever been considered before? Do you know?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, yes, we actually have talked about those with them. And one of the challenges with a contract as large as ours is their overhead. They don't, when they're having to bring in all of the equipment, all of the buses, all of the cleaning equipment, the overhead is really high. That's one of the reasons why we have not been able to come back and take over the janitorial services underneath our umbrella, is the initial cost is so prohibitive for us.
But with the current contractor already in place, I mean, all of that overhead is there. So the possibility of maybe a 3-year, 2-year extension options might give us a little bit more flexibility if we see the cost start going.
Yeah. Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, we actually did that with ABM. We did that in extension. So I know there's some opportunities for something to look at. More than happy to look into those.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair Taylor.
I one last comment.
Sorry,
I'm gonna throw that out there.
Trustee Sue, now we know you're seasoned.
I recognize that the RFP process is a built-in cost for a lot of these vendors. I would rather renew contracts with ABM and Brown Bus because I know that there's going to be a 10 to 12% increase versus going out to open market knowing we have good data that says there's a 20-30% increase and negotiate from there. So that's where I would want to go.
This is a really good comment. Can we, when you share with us, and Dr. Russell can walk you through how you'll have to share with us via email. We just started being able to do this just to disseminate information faster. I think defining that for trustees, all trustees, so we're all on the same page, because my whole first year, they would throw out like 3-letter words, and I was like, now what was that again? What? Tell me one more time.
Sure.
Still to this day. So I do think defining that is really important. I think that that was a really good point, that there's a cost for us to even negotiate. Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffer.
Better hurry and sit down.
You better hurry quickly, because I feel like we're going to call you right back up here. I feel like we're going into C school boundaries. Oh, Mr. Stoffer.
Keep it quick.
Chair Taylor, trustees, today
Every trip.
That's,
we are going to talk about school boundaries. Mr. Stoffer is going to share some, but we also have one of our partners who's going to be zooming in. I believe he's online. Tracy Richter. He's going to be sharing a little bit around our process.
Chair Taylor, I think that's a great introduction. We really just want to introduce Tracy Richter and his team. They're going to come in virtually for this meeting. They will be here in future meetings here to visit with you in person. We met this past week with the facilities maintenance team to kick off the rebounding discussion and process. Trustee Kirkman had the opportunity to attend with us and see a little bit of what was happening at that point in time. We really appreciated that. Just as a full disclosure, for this first meeting, we did not include our community members in it because we wanted them to have the ability to participate in the community without any additional information that might skew some of their thoughts. We wanted it truly to be coming from our community, and that's really the focus of this whole process, is the community making a collective decision. So I'm going to again introduce Tracy Richter. He has a few things that he would like to go over and give you a little bit of a foresight of our process, and he has some slides he'd like to show with you. So Tracy, we'll turn the time over to you.
He's been waiting this whole time.
Okay, can you hear me okay? I got an echo. Okay. Courtney, we in good shape? Okay. Okay, so do I own the PowerPoint or do you guys own the PowerPoint?
We do.
Okay. I thought I heard you said you do, but it's hard to hear you all.
Get it up for you.
Okay, well, I'll get started here. I think that, when you're, you guys have had a lot on your agenda tonight, and we've been watching for the last couple hours, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. I know that, you've recently gone through the closure discussion, but part of the discussion has to be then how you transition into what boundaries are going to look like in the future. And one of the things we've talked about for several years in Nampa is this idea that redistricting is part of a process that districts are going to have to go through at some point in their careers. I mean, boundaries aren't set for life. I've never seen a law. I've been doing this for 25 years. I've never seen a boundary that lasted for life. And so you have to do this adjustment because buildings don't move and populations do and enrollments do. So, as a result of, you can move the first slide, that as a result of, the closure of 3 elementaries and a middle, it's going to result in, the necessity of doing this. And so tonight, what I want to do is just take you through some of the process overview and how we approach boundaries that, you might not have, traditionally when you hear about, the boundary process, you shudder immediately. And what we're trying to do is take a little bit of that out. The idea that boundaries for decades in school districts have seemingly been done behind closed doors, and then all of a sudden they pop out in the community and there's 2 or 3 options out there, and you ask the citizens, well, here's your choices, choose. That's not the way we approach boundaries. So you can go move into the next slide. When we look at the process here, the intent is to really be transparent, inclusive of your community. And so one of the first things that we have to do is establish some criteria around that. And we're going to talk about that criteria tonight. But then we want to invite community focus groups into half-day work sessions. I'm going to explain those work sessions because they're very inclusive. They're hands-on, roll your sleeves up, and help us rebuild this district from the ground up. We use, we locally modify some boundary tools for those community focus groups, and we'll show you how that works. And in that, there's eventually emerges options that community focus groups actually create. We give them the tools to do it, we give them the data to do it, we give them parameters to do it, and they help us shape this thing. And in the end, what we want to do is we want to share those options that are created by these smaller focus groups into 2 larger community settings where people can come and give their opinion on where they see benefits and challenges of the options that we create. And then, of course, we develop the recommendations, and then we will present those recommendations to the Board of Trustees for approval. And as you go through this, we can move to the next one. The boundary criteria, and first of all, why we have boundary criteria. First of all, to establish, this without what we call guiding principles, there's no way to limit the number of options or viability for those options. Criterion guidelines give us clear direction to develop options and gives the focus groups those clear directions to get there. Things that we consider, though, is that there's no prioritization of criteria. And the one reason for that is because when you establish a criteria, what you're doing is you're trying to meet as much of the criteria to the greatest extent possible. There are times, and I'll explain this, that criteria might conflict each other in building boundaries. And this idea that for us to go out and say this is the priority of our community would be unfair to the community. And so the intent is to provide measurable ways to compare the options against each other, and that's why we established that criteria. And so as we go on the criteria, and this is what we met with the facilities group about. Okay, I get it. So we can move on to the next slide. So this boundary criteria that we've developed, and again, this is it's pretty standard stuff, and it makes sense when you think about it. But the first thing is to try to attempt entire neighborhoods to the same school. And again, and you'll see how we try to create that. But ideally, you put neighborhoods together in the same feeder patterns, you don't divide them. And this isn't typically an issue in Idaho school districts because neighborhoods are pretty compact. You get into some large school districts in Texas, for instance, that have 3,000 homes in a neighborhood, then you're dealing with some issues. But we don't anticipate this to be a problem. We want to always consider students' proximity to campus, promote safe and reasonable walking zones when possible. Maybe mitigate some of the conversations you just had. Attempt to minimize the negative impacts to specialized programs. And what we mean by that is that it's very difficult to move the programs that are established in there and the specialized programs that are already in schools in there. But with the closure of a middle school, there's going to be some impact to some of those programmatic continuity, and so we're going to have to pay attention to that. Making sure that we use those natural man-made boundaries that help us, waterways, railroad tracks, major thoroughfares. Again, it goes back to that safety zones. And to the greatest extent possible, utilize that projected enrollment and capacity as a measure to determine efficient use of facilities. So what we mean by that is that we're always looking to make sure that we're looking down the road. And so even though school by school projections, and they're very difficult because it's hard to project schools when you're going to change your boundaries in those enrollments. So what we'll do is we'll provide data that shows kind of growth and decline areas and where we see potential for room or not room to have more or less students. And then obviously, to the greatest extent possible, maintain a socioeconomic balance among schools. This is really important. This will be difficult in some cases. And to the greatest extent possible, maintain those 100% feeder patterns. And so if you've been part of the master planning process for any amount of time, we often talk about geographic and programmatic continuity, making sure that both align. And so we want to make sure that, when you're walking into kindergarten and elementary school, that your geographic feeder pattern just lets you know where you're going to go to high school. Now, there's school choice across the board, and so we don't control school choice and boundaries because boundaries mean very little when it comes to school choice. But we want to make sure that there are clear pathways so when people come into your district, they can navigate the district in a reasonable way. And then also, again, talking about those areas of decline and growth that we want to consider. Because when you talk to the groups about, when they're trying to populate the capacity of a building as they go through the exercise that I'm going to show you in a minute, you want to say that, look, because this is an area of growth, you may not want to put, the maximum amount of students into that building because we know there's going to be growth. So you may back off a little bit so there's room. And then we may say that there's areas that we see potential for room in the future. And so we will alert the groups to that before they start their work. Okay, we can move to the next one. So let me take you a little bit into kind of what we use for the planning tools. Now, the first thing we do is that we'll work with, we work with the district and we've got a misspelled word there, and work with the district and the city to create what we call planning units. Now, this is an example, and sometimes it's best anecdotally to show you some things. This happens to be in Omaha, Nebraska. This was looking at the district from the perspective of they were going to build 2 new high schools in the district, and they were building 2 new elementaries, and they were going to have to redistrict the entire district in order to make this happen. So these are the high school boundaries. We actually decided to build planning units based on elementary grades. But when we went to the elementaries, we actually, you see here, in this one, there's about 75 elementary schools. So there's 75 planning units that the committees were able to use to help build high school boundaries. Now, when you got to the elementary exercise that we had, I think we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 planning units across the city, but they were broken up by neighborhood and smaller planning units in order to group populations together so people could start to populate the schools by planning unit. And so we just pay attention to that and make sure that as you're building, and so the exercise here, for instance, if you kind of look at where that red diamond is on there, and you can see all of those blue boxes around there are planning units. The idea is that you create a blank map there, and then the groups start to do planning units based on how to populate that building based on the enrollment and the feeder patterns that come in. And so what they would do is they would choose, obviously, the planning unit it is, and then they would build from there and say, well, how many planning units around it until we can get to the right capacity or right utilization of our building? And then you do this across the district. And so you continuously just continue to build and build and build. And if you go to the next slide, I can show you that when you do this, we actually, while they're doing this, they've got a couple tools in their hand. So in this case, what they do is they say, okay, planning unit 1 will go into this boundary, and this is what it does. This is all the enrollment information in there. In Omaha, we had to pay attention to race because they're under unitary status of desegregation order still. And so what it does is that when you choose the high school zone that planning unit goes to, it automatically populates in there and gives you how much capacity is left, what the socioeconomic status is across the board. And so it can give you all of that. And it does it on the fly. And so what the group has in front of them, these focus groups, and I should probably take you back to that, how we're going to do those focus groups. And I think we're going to get to that. Yeah, if you get to the next slide, this will explain how the focus groups work, and because you can actually see pictures. So what you see here is that we have, groups of 4 or 5 people that are sitting around a table. And in this group, we had 6 in this group work session. Our intent is to do the same thing, is to have, it takes about, a half hour to go through the criteria and the exercise, and they get about 3 hours to rebuild the district. And so what they have, as you see on the right, is a laminated map, and they have dry erase markers, and they can actually color in to kind of see what the boundaries can look like. But in the meantime, they have the GIS software on a computer screen and the tables, so they can actually do the exercise by saying, okay, when I put planning unit 1 into this boundary, or into this high school, this is what happens. And so you can see there's multiple things going on as you go through. And so what happens is that they build the district planning unit by planning unit. And what's amazing in the process of this is that people start to understand that it's not just as easy an exercise as, well, I can just move Main Street over to Elm Street and that gets me enough kids. There's a lot of dynamics that happen when it comes to those parameters that we gave. And so what then begins to happen is that as these work committees go through, you can go to the next slide, is that the first group gets done, and you can imagine they say, well, we've got the right solution for this. We figured it out, until the second group gets done. And guess what? They came up with a slightly different solution for it. And at the end of the day, what you find is that you find that there are multiple solutions. I think, we had, I think we had in Omaha, we had 16 small groups working like this. And I think we ended up with like 12 different solutions, which was amazing because everybody thought they were right. Well, in essence, they are right. But here's what started to happen is that what we noticed was that the differences were very small. What we found is that of the 175 planning units for elementary schools, there was about 10 of those planning units that people disagreed on. And so instead of worrying about the 165, we only had to focus on the 10 neighborhoods that we really had to make decisions on. And so the idea here is that you're not spending your 90% of your time working on 10% of a problem. You're spending 90% of your time working on 10% of the problem. And so what we can do is we can do the analytics to say which planning units get a percentage assigned. And so then we can set a standard that says, okay, any planning unit that got above 70% agreement automatically goes in. And then we can make some measurements after that. And you can see that, like, for instance, in this one, there was only 10% that agreed with those blue boundaries. And so those automatically got dropped into options. Like, what are the other options that other groups are looking at? And so what we've tried to do here is we've tried to narrow down then the contentious areas that people may not agree on. Because I think what you'll find is that doing this exercise, breaking the district down to bare bones again and rebuilding it based on existing parameters that are out there and boundaries that are out there, is that there's only so many different ways you can do this. And so even in the consolidation of schools, and even in the changing of a middle school feeder, because that's what's going to happen here, you're going to find that because everybody in the district thinks they're going to get moved, and the fact is that it gets minimized. It typically, it does increase a little bit because you have 3 elementaries less and 1 middle school less, but you're not going to have 80% of your students moving. That starts to get narrowed down because we've kind of given some parameters around it to say that that we want to keep kids together. We want to, and look, what we found, and one of the reasons that schools close and open and do this is because demographics have shifted. And so there are likely a lot of neighborhoods that are going to say, yeah, this makes more sense for us in the long run as you break it down. And so you can see it's a very interactive, that the community builds it. We give them the tools, we give them the parameters. We are working in the tables. If you go back, and I think it's really good to go back to that slide that says working committees number 8. I think it's slide number 8. But you can see they're all working together. And what we try to do, when we have these groups together, and what we're going to do is we're going to have 3 settings. We're going to have 1 at each high school. And we've invited students, we're inviting teachers, we're inviting parents, we're inviting administrators. And what we really want to do is we want to mix up the tables. And what we're trying to figure out is, so there's districts where we've just taken kind of that feeder pattern and invited people from that feeder pattern to come to that school to do the exercise. There's another district that we invited from all the feeder patterns to come in the same group. And so, like in this exercise here, what you see are likely people from different feeder patterns or different schools. You see students working with staff, with parents, with other groups. And what we want to see is that, look, there's a lot of different opinions out there. And so what we're trying to do is mix the groups in together in order to get a good perspective on benefits and challenges of why a planning unit would go into a certain boundary. And when you take this out to the community, what we've discovered is that you're going to find yourself in 2 or 3 different scenarios at the end of the day by how many planning units actually get disagreed on. And then when we're out in the community, the conversation is really about the benefits and challenges of each of them. We're not really taking votes on it. Not really interested in taking votes because it's amazing that the group that wants it the most will show up, and 100 people will show up, and then nobody else shows up, and you get a vote that says 100 people agree with it. Well, that's not the way this works. We have to make sure that people understand that there are benefits and challenges for each of these options that we want to do there. But we want to hear their benefits and challenges because it will help us shape the final recommendation. And so again, it's a very inclusive process. If people don't get it, don't participate in the smaller focus groups, they have an opportunity to come to the community meeting and give their input on and see the process at work too. So again, what we have found is that, and also what we'll do is as we go out to the community meetings, we'll actually release a survey a week early that shows the options, shows the process. It actually goes to a PowerPoint that they have to watch that we record. And it'll be a short PowerPoint, but it'll explain why we got to the options that we have. And by the time they get to the meeting, if they take the time to watch the video, look at the survey, they will understand more and can participate more at the meeting. And so what we have found in a process like this is that even though people don't like boundaries moved, is that it really has minimized kind of that anxiety walking in because people are more prepared with this, and their community members are the actual ones who built the boundaries. It's not just some consultant coming in. We gave them the right tools. We've had the experts in the room, which aren't just us, but it's committee people and district people that would be working among these tables too. And so what we've seen is it's minimized some of that anxiety that comes with boundary changes and allows people to see that we're really trying to do this in a very transparent process that includes community members that are help shaping their future of their boundaries in their communities. So with that, the estimated timeline at the end, we will have this delivered to you actually by spring break. We think that's important because if you're going to start implementing this next year, people are going to have to start seeing their moves, and you're going to have to come up with an implementation plan as this starts to happen and start to notify people. And so the last slide actually, Tyler will go to that. And so we are actually in the process right now of collecting all the data, creating those planning units. What we'll be doing the 1st of Jan, and actually as we work through those focus groups, we'll be there the week of the 5th to do those meetings. We'll do those options development over the next couple of weeks, and through the 26th, we'll start to release that online survey, have some community meetings probably that first week of March, and start to develop the recommendations based on the feedback that we get from that, and then deliver to you at your board meeting before you leave for spring break.
Is that the end?
Should you have any questions?
Okay, is it the end? Trustees. No questions for Tracy. And maybe if we're done, we can let him go just to get rid of the echo. So.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Trustees, any questions for Mr. Stauffer? So I just only have two. The first one is, have we started taking applications for the boundary committee?
Trustees, we are in the process about ready to do that. That was my next part I was going to explain to you. Starting on Monday the 22nd, we will activate the forms to start taking in applications for both staff, parents, and students. One of the key things I think that Tracy did talk about, but we're looking at developing groups or teams of 4, having 2 community members, a student, and 1 staff on those teams. That's our focus. We want a lot of community representation, and so we will basically base our groups, how many groups are, off of how many community members are participating. So our number of staff will be limited based off of that 2-to-1 ratio. That's something that we wanted to make sure was out there as well. But on the 22nd, they'll be receiving an opportunity to sign up. We have some communication that'll be headed out at the end of this week. We wanted to make sure that you had this presentation first. But we have Parent Square communication that will start heading out this week, the end of this week on Friday. The students are actually going to get it a little bit ahead just because the A-Day, B-Day schedule. We're going to have the announcements. They'll be writing the announcements on an A-Day and a B-Day, letting them know that they'll have the opportunity to help participate in this process.
Okay.
And Chair Taylor, these are administrative committees. These are not board committees.
Correct.
Understood. Yeah, I'm just getting a lot of questions of how do I be on the
Yep.
committee, and I'm just ready to pass that on.
Yep. Excited to do that. So, yep, we'll have some opportunities for them starting on Monday.
So last but not least, I'm receiving a lot of questions on, do I need to open enroll my child south? Do I need to open enroll? So what are we saying in regards to open enrollment? What is our message?
I think open enrollment, Trustee Taylor, open enrollment is something that we have to provide by state mandate. So there's that rule that we have to have it. I do think at the same time, though, we don't have the boundaries yet. So we don't know what to tell people. So I think we have to wait till the process is completing before we understand how to truly answer that question.
What I've been saying, well, why don't you just do it if you really want it? Because I don't have an answer. Yeah, I don't really have an answer yet because we don't have boundaries.
We don't yet.
So I just don't, there's no really good answer.
There isn't.
Chair
So
Taylor, though, is there a possibility of
limiting open enrollment based on
limiting
capacity.
after like April 1st or March 31st and open enrollment starts? Is that a possibility?
That's my next question is,
Let's get through this.
when we will, are we gonna
So-
say,
Trustee Taylor, and I think Dr. Russell might be able to talk to this, and also Steve might be able to speak to this a little bit better. We do have some requirements by state code that we do have to open it up, I believe here in January, correct? February. February 1st, by law, it has to be open. So we will have that and we'll be compliant with the law. But one of the things that we will do through that process is notify our constituents that a decision isn't made yet because we don't have boundaries yet. So we'll be continuing to update them. Again, it goes back to that real high need that we have of the timeline, that March 18th timeline that we have presented. That is really critical for that reason as well. Not only for us to be able to restructure everything that we need to do, but to allow parents and people to know this is now my school. And then make decisions that are in their best interest for them. Now going back to the process, again, we have that formula based off of the class sizes that open enrollments, if we have space, then we would accept open enrollments. If we don't, then they will be declined. So that process will still continue as is. We'll continue to match what we are required to do at the state level as well.
thank you. Chrissy, will you email us all the laws so we have it for reference as questions come our way? Just send that to
Could we do a soft opening on February 1st?
Yeah.
A soft opening, here we go.
Semi-launch, a preview.
Yeah.
Okay, trustees?
How
Trustee
long is that window open?
It really doesn't close. Once it opens for the next academic year, it stays open.
January 31st.
60 days to respond.
60 days, yeah. I don't know if you heard that, but we have 60 days to respond when they place in their open enrollment.
Okay.
Mr. Stuffer, don't hear me rushing you, but are you through? Is
I-
there more to present?
I think Trustee Benz had.
But that's what I was
Yes.
gonna say, is if you're through, I was gonna go to questions for you, but.
I just want to give you a little bit more timeline if you need it, or do you want me to go down that pathway a
Give me
little bit
one
more?
second. Trustees, do we wanna ask our questions or do we want the rest? Okay,
Jay, you might answer.
yep, we're
Okay.
getting the rest.
So again, 22nd opens up for the process for people to apply. We'll leave that open for approximately about a week so that we can then send out notifications of who has been accepted and also thank those that have it. And we plan on doing it like a lottery style. There's a couple of parameters that we have in that. One, if they're a staff member, they cannot apply for both the parent and a staff member. They can only represent as a staff member. Two, only one member per household can be present on a committee. That way we're not also getting multiple people on the same committee. So those are a couple of parameters that we will have as well for the system. Once that happens, there will be some front loading that Tracy alluded to, that we'll be sending some information to those who have been accepted to be a part of this process. That, and again, we're probably going to have quite a few. We hope to accept more people than not. Those parameters I just gave you are the only ones where we would say, sorry, that you may not be able to participate in this round. They also have to be able to commit to that 3.5-hour time block that Tracy talked about. If they cannot commit to that time frame, then we will have to let them go, in lack of better terms, because that is the critical piece where they're actually sitting down doing the work. So the end of February, the beginning of March, that week of end of February, beginning of March is when the sit-downs will happen. We're still working with Tracy and his team to make sure that we get them here in the district to facilitate. As soon as they're completed, he mentioned the survey. So there will be a couple of options that will come out with that will go out public. There will be some out-facing boundary devices, much like we have on our current site, where people can plug in and see on option A, this is what my school is. On option B, this is what my school is. And then they'll be able to fill out their survey based off of those. Once we get that information, we will come back, we will look at those, we'll present them to Dr. Russell, and then he will bring them to you for further approval on that 18th. So that's kind of the timeline that we wanted to break down fairly with some dates, but also some flexibility because we're still working out some stuff with Tracy and his team.
Okay. Trustee Benz.
So just to be clear, the model that he presented was 8 to 10 groups. What did he say, 5 people per group, and we have, 4 people per group for ours. How many groups are you anticipating then? What, are we capping the number of participants, or we're just saying for each session we can have this number, or?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. Trustee Taylor, Trustee Binns, what we're looking for is we really want to see how many people will come in. We're not looking at capping the groups. We're just looking at those parameters that we don't want to duplicate households. That's really the bigger one that we're looking at. As far as groups, they can entertain more groups. It was a question that we actually asked at our previous work session that we had that Trustee Kirkman was a part of. They could facilitate as many groups as we need. It's just we need to see what the demand is. And then we'll be able to look at those groups. Now, again, those groups will be divided by clusters. So the Columbia, Skyview, and Nampa cluster, that's how we'll do it geographically so that we can have people in the like areas having discussions as well.
So, is it okay if I ask him?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. Those are the high schools, but if we don't know who's feeding the high, do we already know who's, okay. So then how are we going to be addressing, say, parents on north side of Nampa who no longer have, they don't have a physical location close to them, a school close to them? Where are they going to fit in this picture? Where are they going to be clustered, I guess? Does that make sense?
So Trustee Taylor, Trustee Binns, they're already geographically in a boundary for one of the 3 high schools. So they do have a school that that represents them. So they'll be able to participate. Some of those are in the Nampa High cluster, some of those are in the Columbia cluster. And so they'll have the opportunity to be on either one of those depending on where they live.
Okay, but that's the clusters, I thought they were based on the feeder schools?
No, they're based on
No,
geographic
okay.
area.
They're based on geographic area, based on our high schools.
Correct.
And we never closed high schools, so we didn't lose any bandwidth, which I thought was an actual high school band the first time we talked about it.
We
but
changed
it's
our
not.
vocabulary.
It's bandwidth, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Perfect.
So,
Trustee Jennings.
Yeah, so it seems like we're putting in a lot of effort to try to maximize the student populations inside of the schools, wherever they may be. And then we open enroll, and that skews all of our numbers. So there's probably some kids that are open enrolled currently in a middle school or high, whatever it may be, that's going to then possibly put them into that school, and they will no longer need to open enroll, or they're still outside and they'll still have to open enroll into it. But how are we ever going to get accurate data when feasibly they can just open enroll into a different school and screw up everything we've started here?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, part of the process is that we will know who those individuals are, right? So we'll take those into consideration as we start rebounding and looking at the numbers and how those demographics fit in. Again, going back to the law, the way the law is written, if you are above a certain threshold of your seat capacity, then you have the ability to deny that open enrollment. So open enrollment is not a guarantee. It is if there is seats available. So that's really what it comes into, and that's why we can't do the open enrollment before we do the boundary process. It could put other people into boundary into an open enrollment that may not be in an open enrollment situation right now, but that doesn't guarantee that they will actually get the open enrollment. It's based off of those seat numbers, and again, we do foresee a little bit less of that open enrollment possibility because of our need to utilize our buildings a little bit more.
And Chair Taylor, Trustee Jennings, it also gives you a starting base that is fairly equitable, fairly even. So you try to get to, say, 11% special ed, but if you had one school that started out at 16% special ed and open enrolled them, it pushed that to 23%, well, another school had 9%, it just helps from that large variance. But you're correct, it will throw them off a little bit. But if you can start with a basis that is fairly even across the district, it helps prevent some of those large skewing one way or the other.
And I believe the Stauffer show has ended. Mic drop.
Let's drop the mic.
Yes. Unless Greg calls you up, you are done for this evening.
I'm checking out.
All right.
Trustee
trustees.
Taylor, just one thing, and this is more information. Randy Dewey needed to leave. He had an emergency. His daughter is stuck in a snow embankment. The police called, and so he had to take off.
Yes.
He did volunteer if he could. He would be more than happy to try to call in, but I just that's the reason why he had to exit really quickly just before I stood up, and that's what we were talking about. So just wanted to inform you that he may not be available for that last piece.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Stoffer. Trustees, we do need to go over the trustee code of ethics. We have to review and sign it to fulfill the statute.
It's
Clerk-
also to do your annual
To do our
review,
annual.
and I believe I emailed that out, and I believe all board members are ready to sign, and then once they're signed, I will also post those on the district website.
So
there's a copy in front of you.
this is the copy in front of us that we need to sign. Are there any questions? And if there are no questions, you can just sign and date, and then we will just hand them over to our clerk.
And I will just gather them at the end of the meeting.
Today's the 16th, right?
Yes. All day long.
24. Do you want to pass them down to me? This has to go, or I'll pass that to Jason. Just make sure that the bottom is our public comment sheet that she also needs. All right, that fulfills E. Dr. Russell, for the finance treasurer report, I don't believe that we need to have Mr. Dewey call in. Am I correct?
No, there's a couple of things I could review quickly, if you'd like.
Is it new information?
Yeah, some of it has to do with some of the future budget things we're looking at, so just
Okay.
real quickly.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, and one of the things, Clerk Lamont, I think Mr. Dewey was late in getting his report in, so it's not the correct one that's in the packet, but we will get it.
I
later.
actually already updated the board packet with
Thank
the
you.
one he sent, and then I believe Tyler has it as well, if you guys want to project it. I don't think it was right before the meeting, so I don't know if you've had access to review it.
Yeah, I don't think they have, so if you could project it, that'd be great. One of the things, looking at is the ADA enrollment numbers have came through from the state. It's 162 million now. That money has been already budgeted to schools through the actual budget that was passed last legislative session, but it wasn't allocated to schools yet. So there is some discussion about how that money would come back to schools. It's likely it would come back in some sort of one-time payment or payments, but that's one of the things that's being discussed out there. This slide's talking to you a little bit about, a little bit clearer numbers about where our budget projection was and where it actually came in. About a $1.7 million loss in revenue from where we budgeted and expected to come in there. The next slide talks about what I just mentioned, I think, with the revenue coming in from the ADA enrollment switch. Again, Nampa lost 4%, and you can see our numbers there.
So it would equate to 6.48 million for us, based on the 4% of the 162 million.
That's how much money we would get back in a one-time payment if, I say big if, because I'll see it when the money actually comes through, if the state does reallocate that money back. Now, again, I'm saying it's already been approved in the budget, so my thinking would be, yes, it would go back to schools, but I don't know how that will be. So it'll be something worth keeping an eye on at the legislative level. Investment revenue exceeding expectation. Okay, investment revenues you'll see there. Next slide, Tyler, is there one more? This goes back to some things that they're talking about at the state level, around bonds to pay for facilities, around a voucher program, and then around the new funding formula. So just basically things to keep an eye on as they start doing their work down there.
That $200 million each year towards facilities, is that statewide or is that?
Chair Taylor, Trustee Kirkman, my understanding is it's statewide.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
My
You didn't get that with the perspective?
Well, I know that's why they, that's why they put the perspective on there.
Yeah, it's a start in the right direction. Does it help? Not necessarily when you look at 200 million for the entire state. We got billions of dollars of deferred maintenance, but it's a step in the right direction, small step.
Great.
All right. Superintendent's report, Chair Taylor, trustees, just real quickly. Construction updates, we are starting, we'll start some construction on our tracks and fields. Those will start, I believe, March, April, and May. Skyview, I believe, is first up. And we'll be getting some new tracks and new fields, putting those on. Mr. Topper's been working on that, so some exciting news to be seeing, but a lot of construction will be happening around our schools later this spring. calendar committee is also starting. That will be, I think, starting very soon, the next week or so, and we anticipate having a recommendation for the board around a calendar in the February board meeting. And the calendar will be coming to the superintendent, and we'll be presenting that to the board as well. So I just want to keep you updated on that. And then the last one, it does sound like what I heard from the discussion is you would like the district to look into the 4-day week. One thing that I would just add to that, things that I have heard walking around schools, talking with folks, is many of the things we're doing as a district is very difficult on our staff. Closing schools is difficult on staff. Redrawn boundaries, difficult on staff. Changing high school schedules that have been around for 25 years, difficult on staff. One thing that could be beneficial to staff and keep them to think about staying in our district would be moving to something like a 4-day school week. 84% of the staff who responded back said it was something that they would like the district to look into. So just the little bit I've heard of input they've given me is something that staff would definitely be in support of. So just something to think through. As mentioned, we will bring back all things 4-day week in February. There's several districts that we'll reach out and talk to and learn about the pros and cons, and then because there are some cons as well, particularly for working families and young kids and a lot of things to look through. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, do you have the attached possible agenda items?
Yes,
Okay.
do you want me to go over them really quick as well?
I don't think that we need to as of yet. I just wanted to let our new trustees know that they could at any given time. So this is just always a place for things that you guys want to see on the agenda. You can also send stuff to Clerk Lamont and she can put that list up for us, and then it can always be discussed. So if there's anything new, if you want to add stuff that you would possibly like to discuss on the agenda, you can say that now.
Okay, so there is something that I would like to make a priority if we can, that's already on the list. I was excited to see it, but the parent and community involvement and engagement. I think there's some missed opportunities or some opportunities that we could take advantage of to, especially in this time of flux, to enhance the communication that we have with parents and the community at large. For example, all the parents have Parent Square. Right now, board meetings are not announced through Parent Square. They are on the Facebook page, which you would have to know about the existence of the Facebook page to then follow it, then blah, blah, blah. It's considering that all parents are connected to Parent Square through our school. It might be nice just to say, hey, heads up, there's a board meeting next week
Can't we
or
just
whatever.
do that, Dr. Russell?
Yeah, I believe we can.
Yeah, how do you all feel about that? That's a great idea. Great, done.
Okay, and then I would like to, at some point, with everybody, kind of brainstorm and talk about like regular listening sessions, dialogue sessions with school-based. Because right now, the way that whenever we get the school boundaries, they're not gonna line up with the trustee zones, and we're gonna have kids from various zones going to a single school. And since the schools are the hubs of the community, and that's where all the parent interaction happens, it would be nice to actually get in and have the opportunity for everyone attached to that school who would like to participate to have this back and forth before we only hear from people who are hot under the collar or whatever it happens to be. Just more opportunities for dialogue proactively, other than just coming to a board meeting, which is a sometimes intimidating thing for people.
So really quick, Tyler and Dr. Russell, we're gonna make that change announced through Parent Square. Chrissy, can you asterisk to say that it's been discussed by new board, just that parent involvement and engagement?
Yes, I was also going to update you that I was going to go through it and then make a new survey and have the new board members, the new
Great.
board team as a team.
Great.
Do it, and then that way we can present it.
Well, and I assume at some point we're gonna have a work session as well. Okay, that's really good. And then Trustee Benz, just so you are aware, we already have schools. So like, for example, most of my schools are multi-zone. So I just wanna throw out, always making sure all schools. Our trustees need to be in all schools. So just
Right.
keep in mind when you are visiting schools, visit all schools. Just in case, not that I don't think you would, but you don't need permission to do that, and you will find very mixed zones within our schools. I think what happens with zones is that it becomes confusing because we're elected by zones, right? So we have patrons or, what is it called if somebody elects us? Electors, constituents, that's the word.
Constituents, there we
So
go.
you definitely have constituents, but inside the
Well,
schools,
she's educated.
realistically speaking, we need to have a preview of everything that goes on inside the schools, and you're gonna find that the schools are mixed zones.
Right,
Yeah.
that it would be nice to have.
Yeah, no, totally get what you're saying,
Yeah.
yeah, totally got what you were
Yeah.
saying, absolutely, just didn't want you to miss that. I think we've been, especially trustee Kirkman and myself, I don't think we've focused at all since our election on just a school within our zone. I think our goal has been the broad picture of visiting all schools so that we can have a good understanding of what goes on within them.
Trustee Taylor, or Chair Taylor, speaking of that, of zones, when was the last time the trustee zones were boundaried in Nampa? Do you have any idea?
Didn't it just happen?
website, just
Chair,
It just
Chair
happened.
Taylor,
Rezoning?
Trustee Kirkman, I think it was
Yeah.
2021 or.
Yeah,
Okay.
it just happened
Alright,
right after
so-
our election.
I was just
I know
thinking of the
Mr.
population,
Jeweler
I was
Yeah,
thinking of
Mr.
the population increase, so, okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else, trustee Benz?
No, that was the,
The crux of it?
that was the one that was near and dear to my heart, so.
Trustee Jennings? Okay, trustee Sue? Okay, we're good. All right, with that, we will go ahead and, just so everybody's in the audience knows, we're gonna move into executive session. That will conclude our meeting as far as public. Everything else that goes on will be behind closed doors, and, there will be possible action, but not guaranteed if you're watching. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to move us into executive session.
I move to move into executive session per Idaho Code 74206, 1B, D, F, and J. B, to consider evaluation, dismissal, or discipline of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent or public school student. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided by Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. F, to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated but imminently likely to be litigated. The mere presence of legal counsel at an executive session does not satisfy this requirement. J, to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74206, 1A and B of Idaho Code.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Chair Taylor?
Aye.
Trustee Sue?
Aye.
Trustee Kirkman?
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins?
Aye.
Trustee Benz?
Aye.
What?
We'll talk.
I move to place employee 2024016-01 on paid administrative leave beginning January 9, 2024 until further notice.
I second. Okay, motion has been made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.
Hey, don't
Thank
forget-
you.